It's 11:59 at Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock in America, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on behind the line, is your song. Your song.
Boom. And just like a professional, I have everything ready to go right as the show starts. So now I can jam this out of there and get a sound check. I think I heard it though. This out of there. And get a sound check. I think I heard it though. Okay. That'll echo through. That'll be awesome. So now we'll dig in. So this is the weekly wrap up where we watch what's going on and then strategically don't pay attention to the garbage. So we dig out just stuff that's good. Basically, like if you went outside into the garden with a rake and you raked up all the garbage and then got rid of it and then you had all the good stuff left, that's what we're looking at here. All right, so this was a pretty decent week for 2A. This is also a interactive show or conversation or event or happening. So feel free to be part of the conversation and leave comments out there. So we'll dig in and check out, I'm looking at the description of this video. So it'll be down here for you to peruse at your own discretion as you go. So we've got the locked and loaded will be the first thing, which is the best 2A thing that happens each week. This week was especially good. They had done 2 shows last week, so this was basically 3 shows every other night or something, it seemed like. They also did this show on Sunday a little bit earlier than normal. That I thought was pretty interesting. And they were drinking a little bit, had a couple of drinks, so it was a little more laid back. And I'd say one of the, well, they always have good shows, but I definitely would say one of the better ones. We're going to be doing a new series. I'll talk about that in a minute, but I'll return to this show when I talk about that. But anyway, this was a good one. Maj has at least a good year's worth of going around doing stuff. And I haven't really, I've listened to Maj on stuff, or most of the time people are just interviewing him. So this was a chance for him to just kind of shoot the shit, I guess, kind of riff. And interesting stuff. Good perspective on stuff. Lots of, you can tell he's done a lot of reading. He has a lot of stuff up there, and he has a good job of applying it. Is that the way to say it? Because lots of people are book smart. Not everybody can apply it and then get that across. So really interesting show to watch. Only 477 subs, so gem of the YouTube world as well. So next we're going to dig into the GOA, the Gun Owners of America. Dude, and not trying to do it for, I talk about this all the time. I'm speaking to the choir because but yeah, if you haven't followed them and you get discouraged that everybody's just following the same old thing, or worse, following the boring recipes and then just paying due to Second Amendment occasionally when it's necessary to look good, right, to virtue signal. This is the opposite. It's just people doing their thing. It's cool. So then we get to the Gun Owners of America, and a couple of things coming out from them. I keep putting up polls. I'll probably put one out this month again for sure, but not right away. Maybe I'm going to figure out what pace I'm going to do those polls. Maybe once a month, and get a pulse, take a pulse each month of people's opinion of how these organizations are doing. Pandering to us, giving us the same old, is what the NRA did. Gun owners are almost unanimously, hate the NRA for some reason because of what? Wayne LaPierre is better than them or outsmarted them, I guess, or Wayne LaPierre is a 4D chess master and everybody's pissed that he outwitted him. Or they're just mad that nobody else did nothing or something. But what are we going to see different out of these other 3-letter organizations? I know one of them might as well just be sitting there. A couple of them are not doing anything for sure. And then the two, Gun Owners America and FPC, are quite the other side of the extreme. I wouldn't say they're trying to outdo each other, but they're just doing amazing things in similar directions, but in different ways. So glad that we got them both on our side. Now I wonder if it's worth expecting them to work together. Are we better if we have a Voltron where Gun Owners of America is the pelvis and FPC is the thorax, and then Second Amendment Foundation would be the anus, and then like the couple of 8 of the good state level organizations would be the 8 legs of the spider, and then all we would need is a head, some sort of wicked cool organization to be the head with both some kind of mandibles and antenna and some kind of eyeballs that can see in all directions. That's what we're looking for. NRA could be the body, maybe. Hold on. I drank like a half a gallon of lemon juice before this, or lemon water. 105 today in Arizona, 110 tomorrow. So get ready for me to be griping about how hot it is where I live. Let's see. This is the Gun Owners of America's portion, and then we'll take a look at FPC's portion. Now, they did other stuff. This is what I'm giving them credit for, because you can look at the other stuff if you want to waste your time. So the Gun Owners of America says this is the gun control you missed. Oh, that's what this one is. So this one, I guess I could just open these dang videos. Hey, guys. I guess this guy who ripped off Minuteman, because I kind of feel like I own everything that has Minuteman in it. This is, I'm digging it. It was 5 minutes. It was concise. It was effective. There was no garbage. It wasn't pandering to some like schizophrenic baby or whatever they're trying to do with little video game kids that can't pay attention for more than 14 seconds and everything has to be a sarcastic joke. It's just quick format, a little bit news gimmicky, but whatever. It gets the point across in 5 minutes and 14 seconds. It's Gun Owners of America, so it's got a little bit of a weirdness to it, but I think it's pretty decent. And we're not getting that from FPC. We're getting Craig from FPC. We'll look at that in a second. 110, I love it. I already missed whatever that was, sorry. Next up is Crump. You know, a lot of people out there hate Crump, but Crump does stuff. Oh, wait. Is the island going to flip over?
Fast and Furious too.
Did you hear that? American, or she said something about Republicans cross country, and then he says moving fast. All right, so this one is a 7-minute video that he premiered, and he got some sort of a pre-roll premiere. So he's got some kind of new thing that him and Clover probably have, and they're not going to let anybody else use it, and they're going to lord it over everybody. But you don't have to watch the stupid beginning part. You just watch this weird beginning part. So he's got some fancy addition to his channel. He showed it off with this thing. But then also there was some 2A content in it. I wasn't just jealous of his premiere opening part. This is, he considers it warrantless searches. What I suspect it is an ATF end run. I don't know the sports. So I think it's called an end run, where you send some people out to do something they're not normally going to do or suspected of doing or anticipated. And then you have them fiddle around where they're not supposed to. And I can't say that I disagree with them. I don't know if I would use the same words because I don't know the words I would use. But for lack of having other words, I'm just going to go ahead and agree with them on this one. So then you get Crump went on and was talking about the pistol brace proposal. I think he was just literally reading it. And then at some point, he's like, all right, I'm desperate. I'll do anything to get somebody else to come in here. And then what happened is Walt went in there. And then DJ went in there. And I'm like, there's certain people that would freak out if we just let Walt in there, spouting his opinions everywhere. So then I jumped in there as a sacrifice to the people to counter Walt. See how I balanced out the Walt? And then laid down, I don't know, a bunch of gold, a bunch of nuggets. So what I did is after this 3-hour session, I went back in and I stole it. I just take this and I copy the thing and I cram this other software I have and it sucks the video right down into my computer. I took that video, I ripped it all up as if I owned it, and I posted it on my own channel. So basically 4 of my nuggets from this one, I snipped out, I transplanted them, put some root hormones on there, put them in some fresh dirt, and they'll be coming out once a week on Tuesdays or something. If they grow, then there you go. So that was kind of fun talking to those guys about not really the brace so much, just about other things really, and 2A type of stuff. All right, so that was the Gun Owners America. They did some other stuff. I don't pay attention to everything either one of these people do. Nobody pays me, and none of them is perfect, and I do not appreciate them in the slightest until they're perfect, right? We have to hate them until they're perfect, just like the NRA. We hate it unless it's perfect, and then we'll tolerate it. So they're not even tolerated until they're perfect. So FPC's got Craig, and I don't think I do know like one person that hates Craig. I don't know why, but most people don't hate Craig. So Craig does this thing, and it's 14 minutes long, and it's all right. I didn't feel like, oh no, this is the wrong one. This one was actually kind of interesting, but Craig does some other stuff, and this one was, well, this is Craig, but this one was, I think he does stuff that's maybe about 12, 20 minutes long. In this one, though, he's kind of having a conversation with these, I think they're all attorneys, and they come at the deal in California from like, what, 3 different ways, or 3 different attorneys come at it multiple ways for like 15 minutes. I thought it was interesting. I watched it. It's definitely not that 5-minute thing where they're stealing the Minutemen name from on Gun Owners America. That's way more concise. Then you get this dude who's concise, I guess, but he's sarcastic and he's always trying to be funny all the time. And you got to deal with that pink mag over there triggering, right? He triggers. And then he gets it across, though. The thing is, if you're an old dude, you're not going to understand some of his memes. He says meme stuff in here that you won't get in video game stuff. But otherwise, it's pretty decent, 8 minutes long. And there was actually some other ones, I think, but I don't think I like to include a bunch of stuff because they're not paying me. I'm just going to put a bunch of 2A stuff in here and ruin my channel. They're not even paying me. But FBC, or that dude from FBC, has posted something about whether or not it's something about the open bolt being legal, and I just didn't put it in here because I didn't watch it yet, technically. I like to be honest with the people that watch my videos, so it might be in here in the future, or I might forget and not watch it. Let's see, I'm no fan of the NRA, says Kingpin, but it'd be much better to rebuild from the inside than to be destroyed from the outside. Yeah, definitely, unless Bloomberg's going to pay you. I mean, at least get paid by Bloomberg to burn it down, and then use that money to build something else, but nobody's going to do that. They're just going to watch it burn, take a video of it, a selfie video of it, and then get mad that the selfie video didn't get enough views. Crump don't have a marketable style. He's good but boring. Or I should say it's boring. He boors me. People want perfect YouTuber to sell them stuff? You bet. Oh, you said tell them stuff. I think it really sell them stuff. Yeah, whatever. That's how it probably is for everything. Nobody buys the best tacos. They go to Taco Bell, right? Let's go to, did I just equate 2A and tacos? That's the kind of stuff that can happen on the show. You know what I just figured out? I could probably make this bigger for you people. Because I care about you people. Being able to see what I'm looking at. All right, so next up, that was FPC. I don't know. I didn't do a poll this week on this. I did a poll on other things. So we'll go look at that poll since I just thought of that. I guess I have to open this in a new tab. And then I can click on this and go to my channel. And from my channel, I can go to the community. I use the community tab, unlike a bunch of people that don't use the community tab. And there's where we got a poll going right now. So I'll put the poll over here. And if you want to go vote in the poll, you can go vote in the poll. So I did a video the other day to exploit the gay drama that's happening with Recoil. And my position is I wanted to go look at what the drama was. I seen that it was coming. And then I think I got in there probably midstream, right at the beginning of the stream, maybe. I'm not saying I was cutting edge. And I didn't have time earlier in the day. I thought about going live earlier and I didn't. So I was busy doing something. Then after a while, I was like, no, I'm going to go ahead and go live. So I went live and I tried to dig into those comments because I was curious. Are they going to be like weird? Are they going to be angry? Are they going to be like phobic? Is that a way to say it? How are they going to be? Or are they going to be something else like distractive? Is that the way to say it? Like, are they strategic? Are they, are they just being made to cause, like a kid trying to just get, cause trouble or get people all riled up? So I went through and I read them for a little bit, and it was weird. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not allowed to know everything, I guess. But from my opinion, from my angle, it didn't seem like it was all that horrible. The ones I read, some of them were weird, but I can't take everything the way everybody's going to take stuff. But understanding all of that, it is what it is. My thing after looking at it all was that Chris is minding his business, just trying to be a dude. And Chris is pretty cool. I think he does a good job just, hanging out and being a dude who gets yanked around all the time because of his Top Shot stuff. And now he's a 2A advocate and he's just cool. So he does stuff, but he does stuff for like dudes like G23 who are real. So I know that Chris ain't fake. Like I know Chris is real. And I can assume that he's trying to be a nice guy and like be obliging to people that are, willing to deal with Second Amendment stuff. And Recoil, I don't know how his deal is with Recoil. Recoil to me seems like an exploitive situation waiting to happen. I kind of talked about that in the live thing. And that's pretty much what I guess I'm summarizing is that I think that Recoil knew good and well that there could be a problem, if not anticipated a problem, put Chris up there and just decided to do this for views and for ratings. Didn't care about the gay part of it, didn't care about the flag part of it, didn't care about the distraction from the valid stuff. They could have put on the cover Chris testifying at Congress. Chris testified at Congress for all of us, right? They could have put that picture on the cover. Instead, they put up a divisive cover with a divisive shirt for a divisive reason. And to me, that was intentional. So my poll tonight is, did Recoil do this intentionally again? Because this isn't the first time that they either have their finger on the pulse of our community and intentionally did something that they knew would give them ratings, but would inherently divide the community and harm the community probably. Or do they have their pulse on the finger they have their fingers on the pulse of the community, and they're just so inept that they just didn't know. Like, oh, we really know what's going on, but we actually don't know what's going on, right? So maybe they did it and they just didn't know it was going to happen. Or did they suspect it was going to happen? They put the kite out there and ran with it. I don't know. I don't pay enough attention to Recoil to know if they do a bunch of flops or whatever. But, putting stuff out there that flops, and this was just one that caught air. Or maybe other stuff does catch air, and I just never pay attention to it. If it wasn't somebody I know on the cover, I probably wouldn't have. But to me, it was the shirt. I don't like when they put weird shirts with flags, and so I went in there to see if there was an option. And again, it was a manipulative set of options that kept the divisive stuff in the realm of choices. So the poll looks like most people that voted out of 22 say yes, that Recoil totally knew that they were doing this again. And then some of the people said Recoil knew it could happen, thought it might, and did it anyway. And then just a couple of people, I don't know how many people actually are saying, I don't know how many that is, 4% said Recoil didn't know that this could happen. And then nobody thinks that Recoil couldn't have seen it coming. And we know that they've already done dipshit things like say that citizens shouldn't own H&Ks because of our slimy hands or some shit. So I don't like Recoil, never did. But that's the poll we got going. We'll do another poll in the future on how we think GOA, FPC, and SAF are doing. Let's see if we got anything going on over here. And I'll take a drink. Oh, you know what else I'm going to do? Remember to take a break with one of these. No, where is it? With one of these commercials.
tonight's episode, photo finish.
Look, I went over there to grab a gulp of that water that I thought had lemon juice in it or lime juice in it, and it had nothing in it. So that was gross. Getting a big gulp of plain water when I was anticipating something else. But I'll persist. I'll continue to go on. A lot of people would just end the live broadcast at that point if their water that was brought to them wasn't right. I've been in podcasts like that. They'll blame it on their internet or whatever, but it's usually when the wrong beverage is brought to them during the show. I'll keep going though. I'm willing to keep going even if my water doesn't have a little bit of citrus flavor to it. All right, so next we're going to one that I've never, I don't think, ever promoted before. Maybe I did, I don't remember. But Wilson Combat. So Bill Wilson and Ken Heckthorn getting together and talking about legends of the gun industry. This one is pretty cool. Both of these dudes have done a bunch of stuff and been around watching other people do everything else. So, you know, they're pretty aware and have some insight, some perspective from being in the industry for so long. Now I got the hiccups. And listening to these two, well, listening to any of these things, what do they call them? Gun guys. There's 36 of them. I haven't watched all 36 because I'm not that much of a FUD, but I watched a bunch of them and I'll continue to keep digging them. But anyway, watching these two dudes talk about other dudes that are cool is pretty cool. But it's also super sexist because they act like no chicks ever existed before. Then we get into veganism, hunting, and self-defense with perspective philosophy. I think Kingpin was going to join me for this one. Kingpin wanted to jump in for this part with Clover. Is Clover out there? Clover also had a fit. I don't know if Kingpin had a fit. I know Clover had a conniption, though, during the show. So at first I was listening to this, and then what happened? I was doing something. Oh, I was live. So Walt doesn't care about nothing. He doesn't care about rules, morality, ethicalism, nothing, right? Because he's a brain nerd. And in California, brain nerds can just do whatever they want. So he goes live right when I'm already live. And I didn't plan it or nothing. I was just live because I felt like I should be live. And then Walt's like, no, I feel like I should also be live. And he just goes live. So I didn't even know. So then afterwards, while I was live, I kind of watched his live because I do stuff like that. And then I think I ended, and then I watched some of his, and then I ended up watching it later. So I've watched this thing 1.5 times, we're going to say. And when I watched it the first time, everybody was freaking out. Everybody, including the ATF troll that Walt hangs out with, we're all like, oh, I can't handle any kind of challenge to my way of being or whatever. So everybody was leaving. And I was like, what are they saying in there? Because, of course, I was live. I wasn't listening to him all that good. So I went back and listened to it, and it was weird, and it was weird, and it went into weird areas, and then it kind of got a little bit less weird. But overall, it was pretty weird. So I can tell you, from being vegan for basically vegan for like 30 years, they talked about stuff in here that I ain't never bothered anybody ever has ever talked about. So this was a weird conversation. Definitely, I put it in here. But on hunting, which is interesting, and then self-defense, which is interesting. But the dude he's talking to, look, a lot of people hate Walt, right? So first off, you got to listen to Walt, but then you got to listen to this Europe guy. So it's some sort of Europe metric vegan, and then Walt. So I know a lot of you are like, what? That's why so many people left this chat, just to go listen right now. But no, that one was interesting. If you want to listen to like 3 hours of that. But there's a little bit of 2A. It's like eating a really bad of all the chocolate chip cookies, the ones that somehow technically are still chocolate chip cookies because there's 1 or 2 chocolate chips in there, but not very many. That's this kind of chat. There's a little bit of 2A in there, but just enough to technically, you know, in France, it would be considered 2A. You're right. Is Walt French? It's a good question. I've never tried to Europeanize him. He's a Europe. We know he's a Europe. I don't know. I don't know if he's ever said. I don't listen to that kind of stuff when people say that. Because I'm so woke. I'm so woke, I don't know if the dude's French. Post links to the Indiegogo. Well, I probably should do that better. There's links at the bottom of this. So let me go over here, open this up. We do have an Indiegogo going. It'll probably not happen because it's got 10 days left and there's 10 backers. 15 days left. There's 10 backers. So more than likely, 2A. No big deal. Nobody likes this shit. But if you're interested, there's the link. You can show it around to people that do like 2A. Maybe somebody just likes buying books for a fireplace or for putting underneath of a table. It's not that expensive. So if you got a table that needs about 120 pages worth of book to keep it from being wiggly, it's a pretty good book for that. All right, next up is Liberal Gun Club. For like 15 minutes, I was like, I'm going to give the Liberal Gun Club a chance because we're supposed to be welcoming and blah, 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 right? Like, oh, if you're not liberal, you're not welcoming or whatever. Well, first off, turns out, let's say you have an American flag at a gun show. That's offensive to people going around calling themselves liberals these days. Now, not every liberal, but there are definitely people, and more than one of them, that have stood around in conversations and said that they're offended by seeing stuff like an American flag. So that's really hard to deal with, and it seems as though they're reaching out to find very common things to be to suggest that they're offended by in order to not participate. So it's really difficult to continue to support the concept of this very closed-minded group, and it's seeming like more. Oh, I said seeming. Am I allowed to say that? It is seeming like even more close-minded every time I pay attention to them, and I'm trying to be open-minded about it. Seriously. So I watched this one. They went live, and they couldn't have been more rude. They couldn't have been more exclusive. They couldn't have been more cut off. They couldn't have been more sterile. So Deviant is this dude who's interesting, and I haven't watched him live very often because I didn't know you could watch him live. I didn't know he was a person who did. I mean, he does things actually live in real life, but on the internet, I didn't think he did things live. So I've been watching a couple of things I've seen a lot of things that are presentations of live events that are recorded and put online. So I couldn't tell what we were watching, and I don't know if there was anybody even in there with me. I think there might have been like 3 people, but they weren't people I know. I can't remember them. I don't think I remember anybody else in there that we know. Anyway, this was super interesting. Well, 75% interesting for me because I've seen most of it before, either from that dude or from other people like him. But for somebody who hadn't seen it all, I would say probably like 86, definitely 81% interesting. Anyway, it was a conversation from a guy who's into security and a little bit like probably about 20%, 10% firearms and like 80%, 90% security type of things. And that goes from all kinds of security, from like literally physical security to travel security and awareness to cyber security, and then even manipulations like trying to people who might like fool you into giving you fool you into giving them your password or something. He offers all kinds of prevention techniques, all kinds of different security situations. So interesting dude. I've liked him for a lot of years watching him. But like I said, I've always seen sort of like TED Talks that he's done at different events, and then people have just recorded them and put them online. So when I saw that this guy was quote unquote live with the Liberal Gun Club, I checked it out. There was 4 people on YouTube. I think they go live on, what's that weird one called that nobody uses except them? Oh, I don't ever use it. It's not, what's the name of that thing? It's that one that none of us use because it doesn't broadcast. So they're all live on that one. And then they're just barely broadcasting it or restreaming it out to YouTube. But then nobody was reading the YouTube comments, and there was nobody really in YouTube to even comment with. So it was fairly boring just having to watch a presentation. And since I couldn't tell if it was new or not, and then it turned out it was new, it was just super frustrating. It was one thing to watch a recording because I wasn't really doing nothing else. But then to know that if I would have known that their exclusive club only deals with stuff in Discord or wherever it was, then knowing that there's actually a way to ask a question to the dude who is interesting would have been interesting. Instead, some of the questions were fairly basic. But, hey, when you don't go seek out people that have already done stuff and you insist on being offended by the things that they hold dear, then you're going to find that you're not necessarily excluded as much as excluding yourself from their knowledge. And if you would not do that, you'd find that they're some of the most outgoing people I know. They're certainly the most interested in sharing their knowledge of anybody I almost know. Not like a car person who might not be interested in explaining every facet of every complication that might happen, or somebody like somebody who's investing or doing some kind of a collecting where it might not be strategic to tell you everything as a fellow collector or investor. This is the opposite in firearms. Most firearm owners understand that as a fellow enthusiast, you are going to just be more of in the industry and more into the to the community, and that the more you learn about it, the more interested you're going to be. Very few people leave the industry, the community. So it just doesn't make any sense to me. They don't get to defend themselves here, but whatever. They also don't include anybody, so there's no way to actually have that conversation with them. Well, they did go on Clover's chat, but you never asked them about that stuff, I guess. Actually, that's when I was still learning that they were like that in Clover's chat. Let's see. I'm still waiting on my job to pay me. I'm buying the book, bro. My job is infiltrated and screwed my pay. Right on. I do appreciate it. I need 100 people, so I don't expect any of the 12 people that are watching this to feel obliged to buy that book. Most of them, sure, the 12 people that are watching this are either people that have supported me on our projects in the past or still do, or the lurkers that would never even consider supporting stuff that we do. All they'll do is watch it and complain about it or talk about it. That's just the way the internet is. But I do appreciate that, it'll be 2 more weeks, so you'll have a chance. And if it stays under 20 people, eventually I'll be able to just print those on my printer here. It'll just be a spiral bound version instead of a fancy version. Anybody offended by the American flag, I will buy them a one-way ticket to anywhere on earth they want to go. That's the thing. Unfortunately, they don't want to go. And I don't want to say you can't be here, but the same thing. You can't go around saying you're not included when you decide to choose what you're offended by. Now, if you had some giant book somewhere, some sort of an instructional video people could watch, then maybe they could do something about it, but you don't just get to make shit up, walk into a room and go, these are the things I'm offended by, therefore you aren't inclusive. I'm leaving. Right on, now they can bring a friend. I don't know what that's all about. Just like Nancy and the other tyrannic politicians to the nursing home at Guantanamo Bay. There's some interesting things about Guantanamo Bay. You might want to look up Guantanamo Bay. If you had to retire to somewhere, Guantanamo Bay would not be the worst place to retire to. Not a prisoner. Things going on there that are not all bad. I think they use Zoom. Thank you. That's what it was. Zoom. Useless Zoom is what I'm going to call it. Heck yeah. The reloading people love talking about guns and ammo. Please. Oh my goodness. That's true. People don't really leave the firearm community. Well, they might leave the community, but very few people, I think, are like, I'm not going to be a firearms owner anymore. But they may not participate. Yeah, so it depends on what we're calling leaving. But yeah, you're right. I think that's what I was trying to say. Is like they're still around, but I will acknowledge that they'll quit participating for darn sure. There's Crump, and then Makojo and Woods is out there. So I guess at this point we'll continue on. I just figured I'd check the comments in the midst of it all. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Take another commercial and drink some more. And eventually I'll figure out what button I'm supposed to be pushing.
Борис, ты никогда не проигрывал.
Потому что я пью много водки.
Юрий, нам надо отмыть эти грязные деньги от крови.
Проклятые американцы!
Тепло сегодня для июля.
Юрий, кто эти бабы?
Ирина, это же наши дочери.
Черт, так же давно я пью.
What I learned from that video is when you say jort, it means like damn it in Russian, I think. So I go around saying jort now all the time. Hopefully that's what it means. All right. So that was Liberal Gun Club. I'd like to see another liberal entity appear that acts as a cohesive translator. Is that the right word? A translating entity for the new people who consider themselves liberal and the folks who don't have a problem with the new people, but have been hurt and wounded by the people who call themselves liberal and therefore have a hesitancy to deal with anybody who calls themselves liberal. A lot of self-inflicted issues there that they refuse to acknowledge for the most part, at least on any kind of level, right? What do we got next? The Recoil magazine thing. I guess we kind of already chatted about that. That's the link to the video if you want to go look at it. Oh, but I put my number of subs in there. I guess I was doing it very robotically. And then this is the poll. So we'll open this up again and see if that is in fact the same thing as it was before. It is, and we have 24 votes now, and it is, I think, basically the same as it was before. Next up, Wheeled and Well Armed. I only linked to one video, but once you get over to his channel, I'm going to encourage you to go down to...
Okay.
Is there a way to go straight to somebody's playlist? I guess not. See, that doesn't work. That takes you to everybody's. So let's just go back to Wheels. But what I'm going to encourage you to do is go over to Wheels, click on playlists, and oh, wait a minute. What did I do? That seems like something I would have done. So let's close everything, go back to Wheeled and Well Armed, and let's just click.
Wheeled and Well Armed. I'm with Michael Lantham.
Oh, I did screw up. What did I do? That seems like something I would have done. So let's close everything, go back. All right, that seems like I messed up over there. So I'm going to suggest that when you go to this link, okay, we're going to go to this link, that once you're there, watch that video or whatever, and then go to his channel by clicking on this icon or whatever, go to the playlists, and he's got a playlist for, he had a playlist for, why am I not seeing the playlist for Blade Show? Does he not have a playlist for Blade Show? Top keywords, sort by newest. Oh, why am I not seeing it? It's right here at the top. So sorry, click on this link, and I'll just put a link here too. So boom, now you can go watch all of these videos. He has 22 of them up at this point, and I'm pretty sure he said he's got quite a few more coming. We had a little after action chat earlier this week, and I told him in there that these are some of the coolest things. This is my personal favorite way to see a show. 1 to 5 minute videos that talk about a specific thing, a specific knife, a specific characteristic of the company, or whatever it happens to be, but short to the point. They give an opportunity to, link to and promote the focus, right? So all the different knife manufacturers or the people, and then of course, on his channel, link to all of their different websites and stuff, and offer all those reciprocal links, they're called. Puts them up on a schedule so that they're going up, and the YouTube algorithms like it and everything. So for me, these are I think the coolest videos. They're not just cool for the human because they're consumable. I do not want to sit there and watch 25 minutes of their whole booth or endless rambling by somebody who's just nice but wants to ramble. And if somebody's short and sweet, just let me experience that. So like I was telling them, these little 1 to 5 minute little windows into the companies let you see the knife maker, and so many of these, a good portion of the brand is the knife maker himself, right? And a lot of times that's just what do they do? Like whatever they do online, like the presence they are on their forums or whatever, or in their chats and stuff. So getting to see them, and just in a couple minutes, you get to learn so much about them. And then the experience that Wheeled got is cool. So if you're going to watch 22 videos, guess what? Dude learned going along there. So you get to watch 22 videos that don't take you an hour. And you get to see the progression of somebody who's holding a camera, wheeling around inside of the event, and learning what it's like to get somebody's attention, explain what you're trying to do, get something useful from it, I don't know about you, but I find that the funnest part about YouTube. I do not want to watch somebody who's already polished, some asshole who went to school to learn how our brains work, made way too much money learning how a stupid camera works, or the people that emulate those marketing people. I'd much rather watch just a regular dude walking around having a real experience with these manufacturers, not trying to suck up to them and get something from them, just plain old give us an eyeball of the show. Super cool. The only thing I found like it about Blade Show, but go check for yourself if you're really into blades and stuff. There are a ton of videos from there. Also, Budget went there, and you should also tell Budget not to change his name, because that would be a bad move. But Budget went there, and he's posting some videos, fewer videos, but some videos as well. So anyway, like I say, I linked to just the one there, which was kind of neat. It's the one I liked about the Switchblades, I guess. But when you get there, you can click over to his playlist and find all 22 real quick. Subscribe to his channel, too. He doesn't have anywhere near enough. So actually, he just hit 1,000 subs, but still, that's nowhere near enough subs. I forget where Budget is. I guess I don't have Budget in here. All right, next I got a girl. Because of technical reasons and to stay woke, I have to include a girl every show. So this week it is this girl. She equips herself, and there's some people on Locked and Loaded that were trying to pressure them into watch her, but I think they already knew about her, and because of that, I started seeing her on my Instagram feed, right? Because of the robots. I mean, I didn't even know who this girl was, but they talked about her on Locked and Loaded, so all of a sudden I start seeing her on my feed, and I'm like, oh, you know what? That's the girl they're talking about on Locked and Loaded. So it turns out she's a girl, and she's got 86,000 subs, and she's on here and on Instagram, and she's a girl talking about guns. So she's new. She's basically like Travis, except she's not Travis, and she talks about girl stuff. So just basically a girl who's looking at equipment and stuff, and then shares it. So kind of interesting. I figured I'd link to it. As with most channels, you're either going to dig the style or the content or not, maybe pass it along to somebody who might dig it. She equips herself. Yeah, right on. Thanks, Kingpin, for linking these things. Don't change his name. Oh, yeah. Right? What's the vote on that? 42 means Budget should not change his name. 81% means Budget should change his name to whatever crazy idea he's got for his name change. MKT6 plus sign with an expiration mark, and then get reviews, and then a slash, and then a whole bunch of digits that makes no sense. I don't understand why he would want to change it to that. Sort of like the opposite of Prince. Instead of one little weird character, he wants to make it like way longer. Then we get to a blast from the past, so to speak. We're going to watch this for 8 minutes. So you're either going to watch this and be cool, and you are 2A. This is going to give you 8 minutes worth of 2A. Or you can go watch take a poop or whatever you're going to do if you hate 2A. So this is from 2012, December of 2012. You got to go back to December of 2012. We had live stuff on YouTube for approximately a year, not quite a year. So it was brand new to live conversations on YouTube. Live conversations had been taking place off YouTube and streamed to YouTube, just like StreamYard right now, but from our phones and from more crude systems for a couple years before that. So the live community, the audience on YouTube was established, and the live conversations were blossoming, but we weren't big channels yet. What's his face? FPS Russia, Nothing Fancy, and then me. So I was the third largest channel at this point in December 2012. Now, Eric was about blowing past me. Eric was on his way to be the size of me. That's Iraq veteran 8888. And then Hickok, somewhere in right around here is where he shot the pumpkins and went nuts because of the pumpkins. And then that set him up for the executive actions. And then that's when Hickok became Hickok. So at this point, everybody's sort of just, there is no YouTube yet. YouTube is videos. YouTube is Eric was he doing gun gripes? He might have just barely been doing gun gripes. But basically it was FPS Russia being a dingus for babies or for foreigners. And then Hickok doing exactly what the fuck he does right now. And then Eric just starting. And then me being a sellout back then. So then you get Ken Blanchard, who's like Blanchard, man. Since the 90s, he's been a Second Amendment advocate, a Marine, a Reverend. And in 2012, he offers this 8-minute video before Obama's executive actions, before the YouTube community and the gun community went nuts. Like our panic buying started just after Christmas, if I remember correctly. I might be remembering incorrectly, but I think our stuff didn't really start until after Christmas, because then we started seeing SHOT Show coming, and then the panic buying went kind of nuts. So this is a dude who understands the cycles, laying something down for 8 minutes in December of 2012 before Christmas time. And I'm gonna play this and see what y'all think. It'll eventually start playing. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Pastor Ken Blanchard, and I want to give you a couple of words of wisdom and some things to think about. You know, no nation can survive if it's divided against itself. Those are not my words. Those are some really cool words from some long gone dead guys. A nation divided can't stand if it's fighting. What do we do when we come up against something that's like over our heads? We band together. That's what Americans do. Right now, we're trying to find a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. What are you talking about, Red? What I'm talking about is you can't legislate crazy. You can't fix broken people with more laws. You have to understand that the horrific, the terrible, the unbelievably tragic incident that just happened is a result of people, of a person, of a man. Not the first time either. Banning firearms won't change anything. Don't let the tears of our mothers and fathers who lost children mess with your head. I know you want something to happen. I know you want change. You want to stop the violence. Who doesn't want to stop the violence? We all want to stop the violence. But I heard some crazy stuff today. I had a guy who got in my face and said, why do gun enthusiasts always kill other people before they kill themselves? And broken people do that. The person who is law-abiding, who goes through all the hoops that is necessary in this day and age just to carry a firearm, just to own a firearm, just to exercise their right to protect their families, is not your problem. The law-abiding is not your problem. The gun itself is not your problem. I don't care if it's a magazine that holds 900 rounds. It will rust without human hands. I need a few sane people to think. I know you want to do something. I know you're pushed to react, and politicians love this because they can write some stuff up. They won't save the child's life. Not one child in the future. Not one thing they write today will save the life of a child tomorrow. Won't. You can't legislate human behavior. Criminals do not follow the laws. Insane people do not follow the laws. Now, everybody has a fight or flight response. Some people say, I don't know, this is never going to happen again if I can help it. And then other people say, never again on my watch. Some people say, we should just ban everything. Yeah, won't stop it. I need you to think. I need you to rationalize. I know you're going to go through the grieving process right now. You're angry. You're frustrated. That's normal. For all the gun rights people, for all the folks who own firearms right now, for all of us who shoot, who hunt, who collect, hold on to what you got. Don't lose your mind either. Don't circle the wagons and fire inside. Still band together. Still keep a cool head. I know the world is nuts right now. But I need us to be sane. I need us to be rational. I need us to still be loving and compassionate to the nutcases, the real nutcases, the ones that don't understand that the right to keep and bear arms is for all law-abiding people. I need for us to understand that even your wife, even your spouse, even your significant other might totally disagree with you because they want to find a solution to the problem right now. There is no solution to the problem right now. You cannot make all the guns evaporate off the street, and even if you did, humans would still kill each other. Right now, it's Christmas time. It's supposed to be a time of joy and happiness. But I saw a guy almost go to a fist fight a little while ago because of a parking space. Ho, ho, ho. It's us, the people, that are messed up right now. We're mad on everything. We're mad about the economy. We're mad about the president. We're mad about, you name it, we're mad.
Okay, so that's 5 minutes of it. I guess I'm not going to play the whole thing. But when I started listening to that earlier, and I forgot how this showed up on my feed. I really don't remember how this showed up on my feed, but you know how the Skynet is. You probably said something, or I thought about something, or I dreamed about something last night, and I decided to put this in my feed. As I was listening to it, I thought about some of the stuff I made notes there. So, of course, the points are valid, and it's interesting that you could pick that up and lay it down after the wake of any atrocity that's being exploited by the anti-individual freedom exploitists, right? So those people are going to lay down the same dusty old boilerplate every time there's an appropriate for them atrocity that they can exploit. An individual does something, they can equate that, they can attempt to marginalize all gun owners, to somehow, be affiliated with that criminal, and they pull out the same tactics, and then so whatever Ken's saying here technically can be applied there. But I guess what I also was thinking about is that happened in 2012, and although it's appropriate and it's applicable, is it the only argument we have? Is it the only tool we have for that application? And sometimes you can have multiple tools for ill effect. You have too many tools, and it's too many cooks in the fire, or whatever, however that goes. Too many tools can be confusing and complicated and unnecessary. But at the same time, having options can give you a new perspective, a new way to work on it. And in this case, having different weapons to use when our opponents come after us would give us, I suspect, a tactical advantage, because they wouldn't, well, for all the different reasons, having multiple weapons would be. So I guess I was just thinking about some of that stuff, that if we think about this being applied, really at any time, you could apply this in the 90s, you could apply this in the now, you could apply it any time in between to whatever atrocities being exploited. I don't want to distract from that as much as just also add to that and say, maybe we should be having multiple things to drop down. Maybe we do, and I'm just not thinking of them. And if that's the case, then leave them in comments here, or if this isn't the place to have a series of videos where you watch something like one of Ken Blanchard's videos for 8 minutes and you make some notes, and then you make a series of videos addressing that, gives Ken some attention and some links back. Those reciprocal links are always cool. He's doing awesome work that doesn't get a lot of accolades, so I'm sure he would appreciate the shout out. But then it also gives you some content in a way to, again, address some of these things that need to be talked about. But unfortunately, we always end up talking about them when we're reacting to an ambush. So I guess that's the other reason I decided to bring this one up today. And if you'll notice, bringing this up took us from 18 viewers, almost 20 viewers, down to 10. So look around. The person to your left and your right are 2A. And those 20 people, those fly-by-nights that got bored when I had Ken Blanchard come on and talk about some boring, dry 2A stuff from 2012, right? They scrammed. Well, when do we talk about stuff? Always when the antis want us to? Always when the people on our side who would exploit, who can also bring out boilerplate fucking marketing to say now is when we say this, or here's the t-shirt to wear now, or however you want to apply what I'm trying to say? Or do we talk about these things when we aren't in the middle of an ambush, when we aren't being subjected to the marginalization that legal gun owners are somehow responsible or have anything to do with, whatever the atrocity that they're going to exploit us for next? So my suggestion is, is it possible for us to take a look at this stuff and talk about the 2A parts of it now, when we're in the midst of 2 comment periods and the potential real or red herring, a point E, what's his face? The guy that hates individual rights or whatever, and they're the guy that works for Monsanto. He works for Bloomberg. They're trying to make him the boss of the ATF. While we've got all that going on, is that when we sit down and go, every night we had to talk about 2A, so now let's not talk about 2A anymore? Or do we step it up a notch, right? Is now the time to support everybody 10 times more than we ever did before and just, move? We got some potential here. So anyway, this is one way to actually do that instead of me just urging people to do something. Here's a way to potentially do it. Grab this specific video from Ken, 20,000 views from 2012, with some insight from just before Obama went nuts, but after the media started to exploit the tragedy, or not tragedy, the atrocity in Connecticut back then. So anyway, I'm throwing that out there so that we're not trying to do that after we're taking the abuse of that marginalization, which we know is inevitable. All right, so that's enough of that, beating that one. That horse ain't even out here today. I do see Nighthawk out there. It's been kicking around. Thanks for jumping in. Hopefully this works out better. You don't have to use the windpipes for this, right? But people that do give a shit about thoughts and prayers, let's not forget about each other. And if you haven't heard from somebody in a while, they either hate you or maybe they could use a thought or a prayer, or maybe $5. I could certainly use $5. I'm going to be doing a giant fundraising thing this weekend because I like to live in this house and not in this house. And other things need money. So I'm going to be doing a massive garage sale / some kind of sale. Whenever this is over, I'll just be putting everything up for sale. So definitely consider throwing $5 around to people. It's appreciated more than you can imagine. Let's see. Then we'll get into, or I guess I was going to look at comments. We see Nighthawk out there. You're saying something about titlers. I don't know if that's a typo or if it's just something I don't know what it is. I guess I could do this. This is my show. Open this in a new tab. Open there. I guess I am looking at the show. Titler. Just scroll up also. Find that where you said something about titler cycle. Look at this. All you got to do is highlight it, and I'm dragging. I'm not clicking. I'm not wasting my time clicking. All I did is drag it and let go up on the browser, and then boom, it went right to this. So I guess it's a motorcycle shop, and he's saying, what do you say? Titler cycle is absolute. So this is absolutely the best motorcycle shop, or is it something else? So maybe it's this. Perhaps it's this. I already don't like that they stuck the American flag in a cutout. It looks like a tattered American flag. It's weird, but whatever. I'm allowed to not like the American flag. People are going to claim that the only time I don't like an American flag is when a gay dude does something weird to the American flag. I don't like it when anybody does something weird to the American flag. I don't like it when I have done weird things to the American flag, and I didn't even like doing it. This is from 2003, so it might still apply. I'm going to have to read all of this. Brooks College lecture. Man named Tyler, Scottish historian, said the cycle starts out. So what happened? Same time as the founding fathers, described a repeating cycle in history. Uh-oh, I'm already digging everything about this, dude. Thank you. Alexander Tyler, a Scottish historian who lived at the same time as the American founding fathers. For many of you who don't know, that is the guy who invented Apple, the guy that invented Microsoft, the guy that invented Amazon, and the guy that invented Google. Women don't invent stuff, dudes invent stuff, and they're our founding fathers. I'm pretty sure that's who they're describing. Those dudes lived at the same time as this Alexander Tyler. He'd found that societies went through this same cycle again and again, and that the cycle lasted roughly 200 years. Oh, I don't like this anymore. The Tyler cycle starts out with a society in bondage, and then goes in this sequence. Bondage. So I don't know what a society is already. I don't like this logo. It's bothering me. I'm going to start going. Bondage. That seems like a really weird word to use. Spiritual faith, courage, liberty, abundance, selfishness. That sounds pretty good. Complacency. I could dig that. Apathy. I don't know. Dependence. I got to have this one for sure. And then start over with bondage. I don't know about these. So I don't like this side of it. I'm going to hang out over here and somewhere between like gimme, I'm okay with it, and I'm scared. I'll be in the hangout in this section. 200 years, huh? So where's this guy get off back in the olden days saying how something could take 200 years? The founding fathers happened like 400 years after people started, right? So there's only been 2 cycles or something before. I don't understand history, but this seems like too big of a cycle. Maybe the brain nerd should talk about this. Is any of the brain nerds out tonight? We'll see if they're up this late. In California, it might be legal to be up this late. They might know something about it. I'm going to, should I link to that? I'm going to link to Wikipedia. I'm going to see if I can find it on Wikipedia because it's always right. Alexander Fraser Lord Woodlehouse. Oh, that sounds so amazing. This is definitely the one. So, Alexander Fraser titled Lord Woodlehouse. That's why you don't live in Europe, because you'd have a kid named like that. We're going to leave that up, and oh snap, is that 10 freaking bucks? Oh, I got 15 bucks. Dang, appreciate that. So there's 10 bucks. That's going to help a lot, actually. And I'll appreciate that too. Thank you. And thanks for this link. I didn't know about this cycle, or if I did, I forgot about it or something. I don't think I've ever heard about it though. Am I this far behind? No, that's Crump. There's budgets, and he should not change his name. I think the 42 meant to not change his name, so it looks like we've already voted it. He really isn't allowed to change his name at this point, right? We're the audience. We decide. He's got zero proof that he should change his name, so I think we've decided that. He had started Gun Gripes. Oh, you were watching back then? Okay. So, yeah, it definitely, whenever Eric started Gun Gripes, that's when that started catching on, and then people started watching it. What was this? The dead presidents. Oh, this is from me talking about those notes, and there we are. Boom. Okay, so thanks again. I'll have to look into this, and if it turns out there is a brain nerd in here below those super chats, we'll find out about it. All right, so I'm trying to get back to where I was over here, which was just we sidetracked and watched the Ken Blanchard video, and now we're reading through the comments, which I guess I'm way behind on. So here's the deal. If you watch this show live, you can be part of the show, and this is the fun part, hopefully. And if you watch this show afterwards, you have to sit around you have to know that these people had all the fun, right? Let's see, the communists count on it. On that cycle you're saying. See, that seems like that should be the title of a show that people have a conversation about. I spent 2 years here talking as long as the term gun violence, gun crime, gun deaths come out of everyone's mouth, nothing will change. Now, are you talking out of the mouths of gun advocates or out of gun owners' rights advocates? It's really tough. It took me a while. First off, Alan Corwin is the one that made me stop saying stupid shit, and I don't like Alan Corwin that much. He's kind of mean, but he's super smart and he's right. So credit to Alan Corwin. If he stole it off of someone, then I'm not saying he didn't, but I don't think he did. So Alan Corwin has a list somewhere from the olden days when blogs were on paper and he sent them on fax machines, you know, the people that didn't do nothing back in the days before we knew about it on Instagram or whatever. So he had a cool list, and in 2015, actually a couple of years before, but in 2015, I started to wake up to the fact that If you go around saying gun rights, you're an idiot, because guns don't have rights, and we aren't like, fetishists where the guns are somehow our idols and we worship them or anything weird. I mean, you're allowed to, I guess, but the most of us ain't. So gun owners are what we is, and we've got rights. So changing it from gun rights to gun owners' rights took me a minute, but I don't think I can even say gun rights without like doing something, it seems weird to me to say gun rights anymore. So is that what you're talking about? If so, I'm agreeing with you. If you're talking everybody else, changing those kind of things from society, well, we got to roll up our sleeves and get to work, because nobody's going to do that for us. I'm down. But holy shit, I can't even get people to agree to not piss on, well, they don't even piss on the NRA. They want to throw stuff, they just want to take selfies with the burning NRA. So I can't get people to stop taking selfies with the burning NRA and just piss on it. Because if everybody would just piss on it, at least the fucking Wayne would leave, because he doesn't want to get his suits all dirty. And then we'd run in there and bleach it and have the NRA back, right? Wayne can never get back in once he leaves. Or I guess Wayne just outsmarted us, damn it. Wayne LaPierre figured out how to screw all gun owners. Like, he just really got us good. He's better than all of us. Every single gun owner is stupider than Wayne LaPierre. Damn it. He super got us. But anyway, if we're talking about trying to change the minds of everybody and change the way that they describe gun ownership, then we got a lot of work to do. And I'll quit ranting on that. So we have to be as aggressive and decisive as they are. I know a couple of people that can be aggressive, but they're never decisive, and the decisive people are whippy, so we're stuck. There it is. Get the fathers back in the homes. That's the number one thing. Are we talking about the founding fathers? Google, Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon? I agree. Get them back in our homes. We don't need our own fathers there. We need corporations there. Look at your schools. I don't go to school for book learning. Who is this? This is a conversation about 2A. This is the most authentic conversation about 2A you'll see every week, because our Patreons pay for it. Look at the bottom of the thing. It's like less than 200 people. It's approximately 167 people who are giving me somewhere between $1 and one dude gives me $100. That's a YouTuber that you all know, gives me $100 a month. And everybody else gives me somewhere between like $1 and 50. And then a couple of people, another company in Minnesota gives me 50. And that's my technically what you would consider sponsorship, I guess, although they don't demand anything from it. But aside from that $150, all the rest of it comes from Patreons, which means I don't give a crap about what sponsors might think, and I certainly ain't trying to manipulate you into buying something like a knife because gun shops can't get guns, or something to distract you from an ammo thing that you can't buy, but something that you can buy on Amazon. That's not my shtick. I've done it before, but it's weak and lame, and I don't like doing it. Look at your parents first. I can't look at my parents. Wheeled and well armed. We're looking at Ken. Oh, were you saying who is this before when we were watching Ken? Snap. Now I get it. Yeah, that was Ken Blanchard, Marine, Reverend, Second Amendment advocate from the early 1990s, 1992. He's an author of Black Man with a Gun and Black Man with a Gun Reloaded, his second book. One of my inspirations. I know a bunch of other people that are older than me have considered him an inspiration. Somebody who actually talked about 2A back when Paxton Quigley was talking about the right to carry as a female in books on stuff like the Martin Downey Jr. show and like Oprah and shit like that. So Ken was like an activist doing his thing and whatnot, just as the internet was getting to be a thing. And there was still, like I was saying, newsletters and stuff. Anyway, so Ken's OG and still out there doing stuff in a different way. He's kind of been fluid, I guess is the way to say it. So his his podcast last year kind of slanted towards not quite suicidal prevention as much as like life appreciation, right? Just as a place that people could come and get an affirming message and positive news and positive spin. And I suspect that was due to a reflection or an influence of what he was getting kickback or feedback from his audience, right? And now it's changed back to be more of a 2A focused again for a bit. So Ken's awesome, and he isn't trying to just pick one stupid track and then he's got to play that role. He's not fake, he's real, and he gets motivated, and he gets discouraged, and he gets apathetic, and he gets frustrated just like every other human. He's awesome. He's real. And now we can another commercial.
Tonight's episode, Triangle of Terror.
But you don't get to speak in their living room. I used to bust in people's living rooms and say stuff. They get pissed. Holy crap, do they get pissed? I wouldn't recommend it. At least shaping the place they are in 8 hours a day can have some impact. That's interesting. Like if somebody lived in Play-Doh, maybe one of them foam type of situations, or an ice hotel or something like that. CRT is the new woke being pushed into schools. Oh, I don't have kids, so you guys have to deal with that. I don't have to deal with that. You guys fix that for me. I'll do 2A. Nighthawk, yeah, I agree. There are many spots we need working like 20 years ago, but still, I don't know. You guys are talking about a conversation that happened hours ago. This is about live, so you can have that conversation if you want. It's legal. But I can't keep up with it. I'm way back here in the future. So we play our game by their rules. I like that. I like that statement. Patriot saying that's good stuff. Right on. Hopefully he's talking about probably Ken still. Kingpin left, flip the game board. They know they are outsmarted. I like the sentiment, but I'm not sure exactly what you're saying there. Ken Blanchard has a smaller channel too. Oh, right on. Thanks for the link to that. Oh, snap. A first-time listener. That's interesting. I forget about people who could find this channel for the first time. So I guess welcome. If they're not offended by somebody who doesn't cater to new people. I don't mind you being here, though. Good afternoon. Oh, reloading. Okay, cool. We definitely, I don't know if you know Echo, but Echo, Dead Horse, some of these other people are adjacent to reloaders. So we've got some hardcore reloaders in here, as well as those adjacent to and tolerant of hardcore reloaders. Let's see. My family's going out for 2 weeks. How about another range meetup? Oh, right on. Get a room. The left have soft language as title, Bloomberg, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I hear that. And whenever I get done coming up with all the project I'm working on now, the resource half of the 2A, I'm building that so that then I can use that structure, those points, as reference for the skill side, the communication side, and the figuring out how to challenge and deal with some of their positions or some of their arguments or some of their accusations. I've seen lots of attempts at that, lots and lots of blog posts that have great stuff, but I don't think at least I haven't ever found an accumulation of resource or content, or, an accumulation of resource to challenge this kind of stuff. There was one, back in the day, there was a dude that did a series of videos on this one website that had quite a few challenges to anti-rights positions, universal background checks would remove all crime or something, and then there would be footnoted rebuttals, I guess, or responses to that, challenges to that, and it was a really cool resource, and that was aged and from one point of view. So having something like that that's an accumulated archive of a bunch, multiple points of view or multiple angles or something, then that's the goal of half of the Minuteman University. If I live long enough to do all that, and I still have ability to do it, that'll come from me. Otherwise, somebody else can take that baton and run with it. But it's obvious that it's necessary, and somebody will make it. Maybe the kids will make an app. I mean, fuck. Or sorry, I can say whatever. Fuck kids who make a fucking app. They're so good. Let's see them make a damn app, right? There's Kingpin. See these two can get a room. Cycle is a social thing, not a motorbike. I figured it out eventually. I used the internet to my advantage. I want to thank Tim again. You know how much money I made today? $15. 10 of it was right there. 5 of it was right there. So do much appreciate that. It cost me more than $15 to exist today. I am not winning that war. Tomorrow will be, well, after this show, I'll be accumulating stuff to sell. That'll be going up tomorrow. And I'll be doing some sort of like online, as close to whatever I can call a swap meet. I'm going to push the boundaries, let's say, to attempt to raise enough money this weekend to still live in this place instead of having to not live in this place, which would suck. So we'll keep moving. But again, thanks to Tim and thanks to Matt Nighthawk. Appreciate it. More than you can imagine. Very much appreciate this more than you can imagine. I give thoughts and prayers. I always support everyone because we're brothers and sisters. It's good spreading love. Yeah, a lot of people who act like feelings are so important refuse to have faith in others or appreciation of others' rights, right? They're civil or just whatever you want to say, rights. So I hear you. It's fun to make fun of faith because people, I don't know what the point is. I'm not sure how white people do that, but they do it. All right, look at this. This is what happens when everybody needs to get a room. Why don't y'all just get a hotel room and then hang out together and then watch this? I don't care if there's just one view, then you wouldn't have to do all this business. Don't you do this in every single chat? Hello. All right, so the cycle is what most Republican democracies, that's the part I didn't like about it. So I like it, but I don't like the part that goes like blah, 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 it's inevitable. Because here's the United States. If you don't waste your time smushing the American flag into a bunch of things, making it, ruin the flag code or whatever, you'd realize that you can break this really easy, especially the stupid ass bondage part. And you can take this spiritual faith and turn it into just plain actual faith so that you get the spiritual word out of there. And all these people that can't handle seeing an American flag, let alone dealing with it all chopped up and stuck into a thing, because who cares about what your feelings are about an American flag, right? Get rid of the spiritual part and just put faith in others, right? And once you understand that there is faith in others, this becomes pivotal. This is foundational. That gives you courage to be an entrepreneur, right? To be an individual, to explore and to do new things, which is liberty. That creates abundance. Selfishness is what communists are and the scared criminals and whatnot. And some people will be complacent with that. We can't deal with that. I'll agree that there is a cycle. Apathy is what all the FUDs are, right? Because they're shotguns. Dependence is the communists again. All we have to do is see, we get rid of bondage, and now it's look, this is a curve. Give me 15 days. We get rid of bondage, we flatten the curve. That's all I'm asking for. 15 days, we flatten the curve. You've done it before, it worked out perfectly, right? Trust me. I'm with the government, I'm here to help. Don't link that crappy link. This is a crappy link? I agree. I'm closing the link wiki. Wiki's always right. I just couldn't find it at the time. Thank you for helping. Right on. And again, get a room. You could just get a room, and then you could watch the show in the room. Get a room with a couch in it, right? Order a pizza. Get a Chicago-style pizza so it's decent. You won't be hungry 5 minutes later. You can say God-given rights. It'll freak people out, but those people have feelings. You're just not allowed to have feelings. The rights of firearms owners. That's a good thing to say, I guess. Sounds like a good plan. I don't know what plan you're talking about, but it's probably good if it was mine. Oh, snap. Another one? Right on. Appreciate that more than you can imagine. Where'd this go? I'm pretty far behind. So a bunch of people need to get a room. Like you could get a room and then have like a big projector going. Get a room at a hotel. Get like their conference room. You could have a projector going. You could all sit there in seats and talk to each other and say things like, "Hey, what's going on?" Pass notes between each other. Nobody would even care. The cycle is. Oh, we already did all this. Oh, so I'm getting mad at you for doing stuff before, but that's your fault for doing it in the first place. I wouldn't be able to get mad at it if it wasn't even there. All right, sounds like a plan. Here we go. Gun owners' rights sounds like a better way to put it. It just took me a minute, and I can't even say it any other way. And I say it so fast that I probably just sound like I got a from Texas or something. Wheeled and Well Armed was talking about Ken Blanchard. Okay, so that's, you knew what I was talking about way before I knew what I was talking about. That's how time travel works. A lot of times they talk about slits and boxes and cats being alive. This is real time travel. What we're experiencing here is the stretching and the absence of time. It's pretty neat. Perhaps constitutional right. Problem is people get offended when you say that, and it's not actually a constitutional right, because here's the deal. we have a right, right? And then gun owning is part of it, but the right is ours. The Constitution is a piece of paper that says, hey, let's get together and create a government. Okay, but you know what? Let's do these 10 things. First off, let's say the government can't say what we can say or how we can gather, what we can believe in, and the press, and whatever the fifth one is, the right to party or something. I forget the fifth one. And then the second thing is, let's make sure that the government is restricted from infringing on our right to arms. So that's what the Constitution does, is it protects our natural right. So it's a little wording thing, but we have to worry about it because the people who are our adversaries like to use little wordy things wrong. And it's cooler to be way smarter than them, especially when they act like they're brain nerds all the time, because they're stupid. Actually, usually they depend on somebody else telling them what's going on, and they assume that person's a brain nerd, and then they just play the role of a brain nerd. Well, hopefully my surprise guest panels will be on tomorrow evening. Uh-oh. So it looks like tomorrow, G23, who normally has a multi-hour show every Saturday, where he brings people on. I think there's just a link you can even join, right? Anybody can join and then participate in a conversation that's always focused on guns, but almost always focused on Second Amendment also, has a surprise panelist. Nice. So then Patriots saying that's a funny statement. If you don't have kids, don't have to care. Who's going to do all the voting? Dead Democrats? Come on. Patriot, don't you know how things work? Nighthawk Medic says, message me and blah, blah. Again, get a room. Do you make much off your search sales? Let's take a look. So if we go to, is that thing called Teespring? So if you go to YouTube and you go up to the top, you're like, well, I guess this video doesn't have it. But if you go to our channel, and right, you go to the store, let's say, you'd be like, oh, dude, look, this guy sells this poster that has a bunch of cartoons of all these Second Amendment people. It only costs $30, and they roll it up in a tube and send it to me, I guess. And then some kind of dumbass phone thing, I guess, nobody's ever bought. And then this shirt that has pancakes on it, or this socks that have 45 ACP ammo on it for some reason, because I had to pick 4 things to try. If you're talking about those 4 things, now if you go to a video, right, I don't know if it'll happen on a short. Let's say it happens on this, maybe. Yeah, see how there's these little things that show up? You would think, wow, this video has been watched 544 times, right? I guess and there's cheesecake on it. That definitely makes people want to buy stuff, right? So you would think like, oh man, how many search sales am I making? Don't look at this part. Oh wait, don't look at this part. How many search sales do you think I'm making over there? Yeah, there you go. None. I don't even know how to make this thing all time, 0. I've never made a shirt sale. I don't know what it's like to sell a shirt. I'm sure people are making $1 billion selling shirts. I don't have that luxury. I don't know what it's like to sell a shirt. Now you can go to, what's the other one? Spreadshirt. I probably shouldn't have just opened that right away because I don't know if there's a lot of personal information there. I don't think there is, but it looks like I've got $30 over on Spreadshirt. Thank you very much. So somebody bought something over there. How do I tell? Oh, right here. Somebody bought one thing one time and something another time. Let's go back 6 months. Oh, let's go all of 2021. Yeah, all of 2021, $30. Somebody bought 3 things in May, 3 things in April, 2 things, 1 thing, and 1 thing. So whoever bought those 7 shirts or whatever, the 10 shirts, then those are the, I guess I get $3 a shirt. So that's the $30. I don't know how people make shirt sales, but somebody makes a bunch of money off of shirts. I don't bother because I don't care what you wear. Hopefully you wear shirts if you want, or you wear a dress, or you wear tank tops. I don't care what you wear. I only have the one. Do I even have a shirt? I got that shirt with pancakes on it. I got the poster, but nobody wants posters. Posters. Nobody makes forts anymore. Do you even have tree forts? Probably not. All right. Now, oh, was I still doing these? Holy crap. Or was I done? That was shirt sales. Will it be an online sale? I don't know. I'm going to try to do something that doesn't get me kicked off of one of the platforms. So I'm going to have to try to figure it out. But I'm might, I don't know. I'm going to I'm going to try to assemble a bunch of things tonight and then figure it out maybe overnight and then do it in the morning, I think. So I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but it's going to be something. And it'll probably be on YouTube and Patreon and Instagram and the other platforms. And again, thanks for that $5. I think that brings us up to $20. It's much appreciated. That's how much money I made today. Fifth Amendment, you don't have to incriminate yourself. Well, yeah, but I was thinking the other First Amendment thing. You got your right to free speech. You got your right to assemble. You got your right to religion. You got your right to the press. And I think it's the right to party. Or maybe you got to fight for that one. I don't remember what the First Amendment one is. It's something I never use, so I don't care. I'll compromise on that one. Then we got the link to G23. Thanks for posting that in there. My best video had 250,000 views and never sold a thing. I don't know what my biggest video is. One way you can tell how many videos somebody's got, or their biggest video, I should say, is if you go to their channel, then go to videos. It lets you sort over here by most popular. So you can always tell how big somebody's biggest video is. My biggest video is 6 million views. And then I got a 4 million, and then a 2.7 and a 2.3, and then some ones, a whole bunch of ones. So altogether, if you go to the About page, we're setting at about 151 million views in 22 years. Holy shit, no, 20 years? 2018, how many years is that? 16, I don't know, shit ton of years, too many years. Now we're almost to the end of the comments so that I can keep going on the damn show. You hit the nail on the cycle. Other thing, 3 points of Rectit, known as the 3 points of communist, whatever, is protecting against the parts we would be golden. I don't know that part. These would be topics that I think would be interesting and better than, woe is me, they hit me with a fist and the fist hurt me and there's a bruise and it's different than the last time because it was a fist and there's a bruise. That's what it sounds like when everybody complains about the pistol brace thing. Like they want you to complain about the pistol brace thing. Let's move on with that. So I'm not sure what this is, but I would definitely watch a show about whatever that topic is mixed in with whatever that cycle thing is over anybody talking about the pistol brace. Like we're adults, right? We're capable. Shouldn't we be doing our pistol brace comments and our redefinition of firearms comments and calling? I don't know where DJ's at. He's screwing us over by not putting the link to the switchboard in here, but shouldn't we also be calling the stupid representatives to let them know not to let stupid what's his face for ATF dictator? Like, of course. Like, what do we need to be told what we're supposed to do, or do we just do all that? So sick of having everybody like, oh, I got a virtue signal on my channel about the same thing that we virtue signaled on your channel. So all week long, we just 5 times the virtue signal, 5 times the sitting in one spot, right? So, all right, that's my rant. Somebody should do a video on this. Or if they don't, they're not too late. Let's see. I need to buy a shirt as well because of contributing, I know, helps out. I don't know how much those shirts even make. I think I make $3 a shirt. So it's not like if you're not buying a shirt, I'm not going hungry. And that $5 will turn into $3, I think, also. So $3 is $3. I'm going to spend the shit out of it on food and living here. Your right to not house soldiers. Unless they're dog soldiers. Air your grievances. That's on, what's it called? What can I think of the name of that holiday? With the pole. Barbecue's in here finally. Let's see, I had a tree fort in 2012. Then it was killed by woodpeckers, literally. I only see a couple of tree forts nowadays, but I also live in the desert and there's not that many trees. So should not expect to see too many. AFT nominee is a criminal, smooth criminal. So we can leave it at that. All right, next, I am up to date on the comments over here. So congratulations for 19 people and the $20. Much appreciated. Thanks again to the Patreons. There's a little thingy at the bottom of the screen that's saying thanks to the Patreons. I'm not talking shit like a bunch of people don't give a shit about their Patreons. I appreciate it more than you can imagine. They allow me to live here and have a van, and I spend literally all my time working on this 2A history project right now. When that's done, all holds are barred. I'm going to be doing whatever. But right now, it's allowing me to get this project done that it turns out, using Indiegogo as market research tool, nobody gives a shit about, except for those 160-something people that are supporting us on Patreon, and this dude, who I think is also a Patreon, and this dude, who could easily be a Patreon, I don't know. And then also this dude. I don't think he's Patreon, but I don't know. I don't really keep track of them all. So again, I appreciate everybody who participates in what we're doing, because obviously this doesn't appeal to any sponsors. Now we can get back over to this, and I think I was about to hit Gun Freedom Radio. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and do it. The 20 people that are watching this are, these people who have the audacity to contribute to this conversation, right? All of the people that I'm flipping up on the screen right now, Patriot and Kingpin and Nighthawk and Barbecue, wherever the hell he went, right? All these people and the weird lurkers who refuse to wiggle their fingers or type or whatever because they're scared to be associated with what's going on here, right? I'm going to show you this because they don't care. Gun Freedom Radio is not going to care. And I think you'll appreciate this. Holy crap. I like Gun Freedom Radio. I think I've mentioned that before. They're freaking amazing. The people who run the show are literally some of the best human beings, right? They kept me in this game. I would have not been in it if not for their example of how you could do something good and that people would actually care about it, right? I consider 74 views something that somebody cares about, even though a lot of people would not consider that a lot of views. This dude, they've had a lot. They're super Republican. So right off the bat, if that offends you, I'm really sorry for you. But they're Republican and they don't worry about it. They dig into it. And if you're going to respect people and have feelings and whatever, then you got to be able to deal with that, right? Like I say, some of the best people I've met, period. And then in the gun industry and in Second Amendment to the max on both. Literally one of the coolest gun shops ever. Are they going to change the game with their auction? I fucking certainly think they will. I hope I can be a part of it, honestly. But I can't imagine why these two and their team wouldn't change the game on firearms auctions. I've been to literally some of the biggest firearms auctions, and they're not, they're awesome, but they're not reaching the full potential. They don't have competition. Their competition is old. Talk about FUDs. Holy shit, our gun auction's old. So these people ain't. So I'm really looking forward to what they do as entrepreneurs in the industry. But when we're talking about their activism, there's a couple of people. This dude actually can hang with them. This dude actually is right up there too for the amount of stuff that gets done, motivation and whatnot. But very few people can hang out with Cheryl and Dan. So I'm a big fan of their show. I've watched pretty much all of them. Every once in a while, if somebody I don't like, I will not watch the show because I do not need to listen to somebody I don't like, even if they're talking to them. You can fight me on that if you want. But I listen to most, and especially if it's stuff like this. I never heard of John Tammany, I guess. Freedom Works. Doesn't mean nothing to me. I'm assuming it's Republican because it's on their show and it says freedom. I think he talks about being a Republican. I honestly don't remember. I tune that stuff out, just like I tune out the Democrat stuff and everything else. So I don't tune out awesomeness, though. So we're going to listen to some chunks of this, if I can find them. And if anybody has listened to this already and knows the awesomeness I'm talking about, then let me know. But basically, I figured the 20-something people that are watching this aren't going to mind me just butchering the shit out of this right now, trying to find these good parts. But I guess what I'm saying is I've been watching their show, the Gun Freedom Radio show, now for years. And this is some of the juiciest stuff I've got from it. I really liked it. So see if I'm playing it up too hard or if it's good. We'll find out here. Basically, I got a Danny saying something, and then this guy comes along and says, "Oh yeah, well."
Job on the Japanese and the market's keen on that.
Can you hear it?
Isn't there some kind of regulation, like federal, that there can't be a private company?
It's something.
Oh, one of the things in this show we could talk about, if people want to talk about it, is private money. I never heard of that concept before. So that was something that is actually pretty interesting in this one, as far as the concept of Bitcoin being non-stable. and a Amazon coin or a coin that's owned by a corporation would need to be stable because we would devalue at a moment if it wasn't stable. And somehow that, like in a capitalist market, a true capitalist market, they would have their own incentives to stay stable. So I don't know. I think that was an interesting take. I'm not saying it's the for sure deal. I've just never heard of it before. So I'm looking for a spot where Danny says something.
Was there sort of a purpose for this? I don't think so. We're indicating time. Because in this case, to mitigate. I definitely. There's Republican elections. The history
Wasn't that far.
We're going to make it and not believing it. Today they blame Toure. Kind of does blame it so. Money is quiet. Money just is there. It's 12 inches, essentially. And so my strong.
This is the part where he's talking about money. I'll just let this play since that's what I was just talking about.
Going to be, well, which Bitcoin? The one that was $250 a coin for 4 years.
So this is where he's kind of talking about Bitcoin in an interesting way. I'm going to turn this up. Let me know if you can hear it. I guess I'll have to scroll down.
And so that's a long way of saying that, yes, I think crypto is the future. Do I think it's Bitcoin? No. The reason I know is that Bitcoin reflects all of the dollar's worst qualities, but many times over. Cheryl and Dan, will you remodel my bathroom? I'll pay 3 Bitcoin right now, 3 in 6 months, and 3 in a year. Your logical question is going to be, well, which Bitcoin? The one that was $250 a coin, 4 years ago? The one that was $20,000, 2 or 3 years ago? The one that was $60,000 a week ago, or the one that was $30,000 now? Depending on the day that we transacted, when I paid you, either you getting ripped off or I would. That's not money. Money is quiet. Money just is there. It's 12 inches. And so my strong sense is that there's trillions worth of currency trading every day. That's the sun that eventually, probably at JP Morgan, maybe at Amazon, maybe at Target, they're going to come out with a stable currency. We'll go into restaurants and say, take Amazon dollars. I would much prefer to earn Amazon dollars because I would know that if they devalued my earnings, I would quit. I can't quit the U.S. Treasury that devalues the dollar. And so I think this is where we're heading just because let's never forget what inflation is. It's not too much.
I don't know if I'm not watching the chat, so I don't know if people are digging this or not.
Inflation is a devaluation of the unit, in our case, the dollar. Meaning inflation is robbing us.
So he talks about that a little bit as part of this thing. It wasn't all about that, but that was like a little element of it. That blew me away. I'd not heard about that before. I think I only remember, I think Danny had asked something about it later here about, back in the day, there was a law that you couldn't make a new dollar. But this guy, he actually, let me see if I can find his answer.
By 1700. What they missed is the coins that were shrinking them, different things. I've a great entrepreneur, Travis Kalanick, said, wait, there's all these rules, there's these taxi cartels. Oh, Robert Rubin. They built Washington, same fully reliable, and how we know this is there's.
Okay, so you're not going to be able to hear Danny because of their crazy audio quality.
When it was Nixon in 71, the dollar so that they could just make more money. That was the whole purpose. Maybe wasn't the regulations against them.
Yes, and
So basically, Danny said, I think what he was saying is, isn't there rules so that you just can't make a new money, like a new dollar?
see, with the gold standard, theoretically, if we went back to gold tomorrow, the number of dollars printed would skyrocket. Just think about it, so many people around the world want to use the dollar to.
Oh, no, that's a different question.
Change reality. That was circulated, it's going to. There's rules, there's these taxing. There's rules. For things, it's no mistake. And so this was, politicians have forever been put.
Man. Here we go.
Yeah, I got goosebumps listening to that.
Money to the government figure out point people's hands, and we're going to work around it. You want to come after me, come after me. At that point, he was so quick. By the time these second, third-rate people in government figured out what we would have done, it was too late. Democrats and Republicans were too in love with anything. And so, if Travis Kalanick can do it with an app, think about what an entrepreneurial visionary can do with money that holds value. Government cannot keep this down. Let's not do it. Let's never go for the idea of a squash. It's going way too fast.
That's awesome. I got goosebumps listening to that. So well.
Live this.
But we do. We do.
You guys live this. What are entrepreneurs? They are the people who believe deeply in something that is ridiculed by everyone else. If people agreed with you, you would have already been done. And so never forget, we're Americans. We're different. We descend from the crazies, the people who cross oceans and borders to get a taste of freedom. The ultimate entrepreneurial act was for our ancestors and sometimes us to get it. This is nothing. And so America is full of these people who just have to do something better. You have to prove, you have to try a new way and enrich people's lives by doing it themselves. The politicians are please. It's going to get harder and harder for them. And that's why I remain optimistic. Never bet against the United States. It's always been a loser bet. But it becomes even more of a loser's bet with each passing day because look at what we can do. Even with these hideous lockdowns. Look at how capitalism kept working around these sick people who chose economic desperation as a virus mitigation strategy.
Well, that takes us to your next book, and that's exactly what you just want.
If you like that, then I think this is when Danny asks them something.
Yet, if the U.S. economy tanks, the global economy collapses. And vice versa. Let's never forget that Apple is the most valuable company in the world. It sells a fifth of its iPhone in China. Nike, second largest market is China. Bonta, second largest market is China. There are 4,200 Starbucks in China. To me, what the global economy told us is that we knew long before the lockdowns that the virus wasn't, many things it wasn't lethal. Lethality wasn't one of them. How we know this is that it was a simple rash of a little bit.
Just fast forward in a little bit. Try to find the part where Danny says something here.
Could be, but I tend freedom.
They wanted to see how far they would go.
That's not the question. I think Dan asked most of the questions in this one. All right, I'm going to quit searching for him. That's taking way too much time. This, I highly recommend listening to this one. It's an hour, but it's good. I feel like those little samples, there's a really good piece. Danny asks him, and he's like, I'm glad you asked me that. And it's like such a great answer. Overall, though, guy's super optimistic, has a great way of expressing the justification for his optimism. Awesome conversation this week. All right, so now we know that Tony loves Cheryl Todd. Matt, you don't need to get a room for because Cheryl Todd's awesome. Got G23 out there. Tony's saying hello to everybody. You can go get a room, or you can hang out in their room or whatever. Those are Tony's shirts. If you want to go to a rally, the rallies are happening. I guess I need to get back on the calendar swing. I'll attempt to add that to the pile here. But the rallies are an opportunity to gather, right? Use our First Amendment right to assemble and to meet each other in real life, meet the people that live near us. It's one thing handpicking all these friends out on the internet, but we're all over the place. There's another whole level of strategic usefulness to go to these rallies and meet people nearby. Help when you meet people, even when you travel them, you can help to just discriminate, just determine who's fake and who's real just by hanging out with them. See who's there to pose and who's there to propose new ideas. Is that a thing? Did I just clean a new thing? If it sounds good, make it a shirt and I'll make $3 on it. But speaking of shirts, if you go to a rally, you could go there wearing whatever, like some chump, or you could go there wearing like a shirt from somebody you like, right? Somebody that you're trying to support. And if you're going to do that, you might as well support Tony Simon. And if you're going to do that, you might as well grab this one blue shirt, because blue is the best color. People will like you more when you wear a blue shirt. People won't hate you like when you wear a red shirt. People tend to hate you. And you'll also have a consistent shirt, so then you look like you're part of a group of people who are there with some intent. So it's pretty cool and doesn't cost nothing. So it appeals to the cheapness in me as well. Because Tony's crazy and he gives those shirts away for basically the cost of shipping. And I think he probably loses money on each one. But you can go to his Patreon, and hopefully somebody will drop a link to Tony's Patreon in here, and support Tony financially as a capitalist for a dude who's doing all kinds of good stuff. But anyway, thanks for dropping the link to that link, which is Tony's shirts. So you can go grab it. Then there's Patriot, saying polka dots, or Cheryl Todd's camo. What is this all about? Oh, linking to Tony's Apple thingy. I wonder if I still have a working Apple link. I don't update my Apple link very good. FreedomWorks used to... What happened to that? What happened? You've seen what happened. It was taken from me. FreedomWorks used to do good work, but I haven't done anything with them for 10 years or more. Oh, is that the thing that this guy represented? Okay, thanks. So I didn't know what it was. I figured it's some kind of Republican thing, right? Or maybe a politics thing. I'm really 2A. I don't really pay attention to anything besides 2A. Maybe bayonets and tiny revolvers. That's about it. AK-47s a little bit. Is this what you played the other day? I might have played it because I freaking love it. It is really, really good. In fact, I might chop it up and chop some of those pieces out because they're so not just optimistic, but optimistic with good reasoning. And people need that because other people want you to be pessimistic so that you tune in tomorrow to hear why you should be pessimistic and tune in tomorrow. You could just be optimistic and go do something. It would be awesome. And then if you come back, awesome. But if you don't, then that means you're awesome. So Gun Freedom Radio is good. I'm connected to so many 2A channels. Town Hall Media is good as well. I have lots of good channels. Here's the thing. I could describe a lot of channels that are 2A, but I have a filter. And my filter is if you regurgitate, that's necessary for some people. If you regurgitate and amplify, you're more useful. If you regurgitate and redistribute, you're useful. You've got a place. I mean, I don't hate you. But if you're not just simply observing and regurgitating, right? This is what the media said today. Here, I just told you what the media said today. Here's what the media told me to tell you today. I don't need somebody to tell me that because I got mad. Never Enough Ammo does that for me. I go look at what the media, he looks at stuff, he says it. Walt looks at stuff, he says it. And maybe there's two other people I look at that say stuff, and then whatever, they go find it for me on the media. So there's some of that needs to exist. But what Gun Freedom Radio, what Todd's do, they're going to love that I just fake heaved a bunch of times is a plug because they're going to be able to use this all over the place. But anyway, what they offer is an alternative. They actually just talk to people who are doing or have done the stuff, right, that exists, like on whose shoulders we stand, the people that created the existence that we all share today. So they'll just talk to those people. And sometimes those people maybe wrote a book or have a project or something, but often it's just to talk to those people. And because of it, their spin on 2A is constructive, is not reactive. And I believe anything that isn't reactive is better than reinforcing, reacting to the media. When we react to the media, we're a mechanism, we're a puppet. They tell us to worry about these comment things. Hey, we think we'd like to do something. Would you tell us what you think about what we'd like to do if we had our way? Well, you know what? There's only a certain amount of power they've got. And if we're going to suggest that that's the ultimate end of the Second Amendment and the country, not only are we feeble, but we're wrong, and we're playing to people's, I don't know what, it's just not necessary to repeat myself. So, you know, that's not necessary. And the Gun Freedom Radio does the opposite. They build, they construct, they give people hope and optimism. They also stretch. They give me more reach than I would normally have, more awareness than I would normally have. It's towards Republican stuff usually, but you know what? I'm not going to go look at Republican stuff. So they go look at it and bring some of it to the realm, and then I can look at it if I want. And at least they brought it closer and kind of filter it. So that's their spin. But if you can't handle that, you might not like them. But aside from that, what they're doing isn't what I'm not going to try to do exactly, because I don't watch everything this other guy does. But mostly the other places react to what the media told them to react to. And that's tetherball. That's ping pong. I've been in this game too long to want to watch people play ping pong. When they want to come to the table and play ping pong as anti-rights exploitists, right? Opportunists, they say, hey, let's play ping pong. We're going to slap this over there. Just fucking put the paddle down and walk away, right? We don't have to play ping pong with them because they told us we're going to play ping pong. You can either take away our Second Amendment or you can't. Their ability to regulate and do anything about the regulation is about to end. One, there's too many gun owners. Two, guns can be made out of anything. Three, if you insist on attempting to redefine them to be anything, then you're literally creating criminals. So it's basically red herrings. It's it's just too many eventualities going forward here. It's not the same gun owning population that was a bunch of, I give $30 to the NRA each year. Dude buys expensive suits and knows which hotels to take pictures at, or I don't know how he influences people, but he was willing to play the pawn in a game that's ridiculous. If we look at the ATF, the A part of it is 500,000 deaths per year. Alcohol, 500,000 deaths per year. Tobacco, or I got that backwards. Is tobacco 500,000? No, alcohol's 500,000. Tobacco is 1 million. No, one of them's 500,000. The other one is 96. One of them's 500,000. One of them's 100,000. So I think it goes, alcohol is 500,000, tobacco is 100,000, and then you get to firearms and it's 39 or 33 or 36 or whatever number you want to dispute, depending on which year CDC numbers you look at, but it's less than 40. And of course we know that at least 2/3, often almost 3/4 of the number of all total firearms, which is only 40,000, is suicides, and 66% of those suicides, an ever increasing chunk of these firearms deaths that they're holding against us, are our veterans that are over the age of 65 and under the age of 30. So veterans suicides that either they're creating by withholding the ability for them to get mental health treatment or to end life care for our other veterans on the other side. And they're going to hold that against us and marginalize gun owners as if those deaths are criminal. It's ridiculous. So I'd rather talk to people. Or would I even get off on that? I think I started with somehow Gun Freedom Radio is responsible for that point. They get credit for sponsoring that rant. But now we'll go back to the regularly scheduled show, because I honestly don't remember where I'm at. I'm petting my dog who wants to go out, and it turns out I haven't combed her in a while. So I'm also now like basically brushing her with my hand inadvertently. Like I'm not doing this intentionally. It just happens when I touch her now. Let's see. Worth watching. I think you're talking about Gun Freedom Radio. It's a little hard to hear. Hopefully is that and not me. Let's see. The IRS is already seeking permission to regulate, and the Fed will take control of it soon enough. Or it won't be, I don't know that stuff, but somebody should have a chat about that. I'm sure that Honda would jump into a chat about the Fed. I'm not 100% certain, but he's a big fan of the Fed, I think. I might have that backwards, but I think he's a big fan. He's always talking about feds, so I think that's how it works. Then we got, as described, too many channels and good channels. I describe what I'm saying in chat, limited room. Yeah, I hear you. I was on a Zoom meeting with Cheryl Todd, Diana Mueller, and the AZ Party, Republican Party 2020 Trump campaign. I talked many about reaching out to minorities and strengthening Trump's 2A stance. Did they ever bring it out here to do a 2A? Or I mean a diversity shoot? 2A for E. He says mainly. I'm blind guy, so I like things described. Oh, I get you now. Took me a minute to see that one, what you're replying to. You guys talking to each other. Then we got Kingpin. That was one of my favorite parts. No America, no world. Worth living on. That you're talking about the part of that conversation where he's like, yeah, he's just got such good insight. People that are positive and understand the role the United States plays, as opposed to having some weird fascination with trying to describe us as being like, barely hanging on somehow. Then it's just super good to hear those positions when they have something to back it up, like reasoning behind it or whatnot. That's pretty nice. There are houses in Europe older than our country. We as patriots are charged with eternal vigilance to maintain what America is. What we are dealing with right now is a byproduct. Right on. I agree with that. That's something I used to think about too, is that, some of the, I would say like churches, there's churches that are older than our country. There's churches here that are older than our country. Hell, we've got a couple of houses here that are older than the country, I suppose. This failure on the ball, I don't know what that is. I'm going to try to speed these up a little bit. So type faster so that I can read them faster, if you would. Agreed. And then have you checked out in the crazy price of tar and feathers on Amazon? I heard guillotines are possible too. Imagine a world with Russia and China in control. I feel like that would be good, comrade. They know what they're doing. That way a lot of people would not have to worry about existing, and a lot of people would be able to toil. It'd be awesome. I don't know what you're thanking me for, dude. You do work. I just sit around talking once a week. Tony's got a new podcast out, by the way. It's pretty interesting listening to him drive around, whatnot. Tony is the best because shirts are in real people sizes, exactly. And if you're one of them little ones, you can wear armor and an overcoat and put on one of Tony's shirts. Doesn't even matter what size you are. If you're a little one, you can do all of that and put on one of Tony's shirts. Let's see. Appreciate. Got a 5X. I've got a couple of 5Xs. I've got 3s and 5s and 4s. I got a bunch of them because I do that. I'll put them on top of stuff. Because if they're going to a rally and the idea is to have a consistent shirt, then I'm freaking from Arizona. I got to put a coat on. So if I got my coat on, I need a shirt on top of that coat. And you can get them from Tony for $10 shipped. It's crazy. He's saying here again, he's reiterating, he takes no money from those rally shirts. I feel it's more important to get people wearing those shirts to rallies, to events in the range or the grocery store. And I didn't even think about that. But I do occasionally wear them to other places. But I don't go around. I'm not the guy that wears a T-shirt only. So when I got them on, I usually have another shirt on. But they are nice to have, especially if it's hot out or something. Then I'll usually have, everybody's different. But more opportunity, I guess. I didn't think about taking them to the range. For $10, it's the kind of shirt you could leave in the vehicle. And if you need one, if something happens and you got to grab a shirt or somebody needs a shirt, you throw that shirt on them. And then you get a little 2A going. And if there's some reason they can't deal with it, you can turn it inside out and it's an awesome blue shirt. But if they can't deal with that, leave them wherever they are. I guess, like I say, type a little faster so I can get going here. We're still not even all the way through with the show here. And Mike no, I'm not even corking anybody. Budget figured out. Budget learned his lesson, and now he does his show in the beginning of this show so that he doesn't have to lose viewers by trying to cork me at the end of my show. You are a million times more likely to die at McDonald's or a doctor than a gun. Well, here's the thing. If a doctor with a gun goes into a McDonald's, someone's going to die, right? But I don't think they need the gun. I think a doctor could take a cigarette into McDonald's, and that means someone's going to die. Just mathematically. I mean, that's not even playing around. That's just the numbers. Thank you. That's science. I mean, if we learned nothing last year, it's that science matters, and you have to listen to the science. Tony is saying that's the point. Grassroots advocacy is personalized conversations between people. It's part of it, I guess. We could do this AstroTurf thing. Everybody could just pay. Here's the thing. We could try this. Everybody pay me a lot of money, and I'll be like a Bloomberg. So, I'll buy a house or whatever, and, luxury stuff, cars or whatever. And then I'll just buy people wear shirts. I'll buy Tony shirts, right? I'm 2A, whatever. So send me a bunch of money. I'll hire a bunch of people. I'm right by the border. I can hire people cheap. And then I'll put on Tony shirts on them. And then we'll have an army of Pro 2A paid for people. All you got to do is send a whole bunch of money this way. And I'll make sure that most of that happens efficiently. 10% ratio, let's say. I should give away a 2-for-E shirt on my live stream. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, cost you $10. About the cheapest thing you can do. To get the most questions when I'm wearing Tony's shirt. Interesting. Big question I get is, how is gun control racist? That's pretty much what you're going to get, right? I don't think I answer that the same to different people, right? I kind of have to look them up and down and judge them, and then I decide how I'm going to go at it. Oh, I'm down at the end already. Good, we can keep going. So, ban doctors from McDonald's. It's simple. It's just a common sense. We're not asking for a lot, just to keep the children safe. All right, so now we can get into stuff that is past the Gun Frame Radio. We're getting towards the end. We're getting there. We got Night Strike. I just threw this in here, honestly, because Night Strike came back and did a show, and he hasn't been doing them on a regular basis. He's got stuff going on in the world. So threw him a link out there. I don't watch all of his shows, all of them. Like, let's say I don't watch I don't watch the whole show every time, but I try to stop by and say, hey. He does his sort of in the middle of the day for me, and depending on what's happening here, running around doing stuff. Then you got barbecue. He's always trying to rip off what's already been done, and he's only got 555 subs. So it's sort of like when a lot of people won't remember this, but back in the olden days, sports were our heroes. We didn't have stupid heroes that did things that mattered. We had sports heroes. So what would happen is little kids they wouldn't look up to their parents because their parents are stupid. You would look up to sports. So what would happen is you'd go up to sports after they were done doing their game, and let's say they were drinking a soda or a beer or chewing tobacco or whatever it was that they were trying to sell us at the time. We would go up to them, and they would, as a child, they would pat you on the head, ruffle up your hair or whatever, and then throw you a what do you call it? A shirt or a towel, right? So that's what I feel like barbecue is. He's like that little kid that runs up to you, and I'm the sports. I'm the old sports guy. So I'm over there with my towel or my shirt or whatever it is, and I'm smoking a cigar or drinking a beer. I forget what the commercial is. Maybe I was drinking a soda. And little barbecue comes up, I pat him on the head, and that's what he's trying to do the Daily Gun Show like that. Little kid trying to do the Daily Gun Show. So I figured it's neat. I'll throw him a little bone, pat him on the head. Then you get Foss. Totally different situation. This dude has a show for the decent people, the people that are up in the middle of the night making the country run. All the regular people, we don't call them dimwits, but we know what's going on. They go to sleep at regular time, they call it. They wake up in the morning, which is when they think you're supposed to wake up. And then they go, oh, the world is just magically, everything resets itself. Everything's full, everything's sparkling clean, everything's like where I put it. Everything's like ready, whatever, like stacked or whatever needs to be done. Like, this is perfect. This is how the world works. Little tiny magical machines have to, all these little robots do this. In real life, it's hardly any robots. Or if it is robots, it's robots that people have to deal with, right? So you get Foss, who has a show on at a real time of day, in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. for the humans that are out there running all the robots that make this actual planet run in the middle of the night. Unlike every other ingrate who I've mentioned here, literally every other one of them is dayist, right? They're hourist. I don't know how to describe how ist they are, but they are so ist, and it has to do with their lack of awareness and lack of decency with those of us who spend overnight being awake, that it's horrible for us, and we know it, and it's always been this way, and they won't acknowledge it. They don't even listen to the show because they're already sleeping. But Foss, he's awake for those people, and he offers a show. He's done it 10 times already, 10 times more than anybody else has ever done for the overnight crew, except for Pink, who I guess I should mention has some patches. So why don't we open up Instagram and we'll let some kind of a thing happen over here. If there's anybody still watching this, 42 is we will look at Instagram later, and 81 is this is seriously over. We don't want any more Instagram or any more of this for that matter. So 42 is pro Instagram and keeping the show going. 81 is I hate you and I hate Instagram and end the show already. So that's what we're looking for as far as voting, and you could be part of this. It's like choose your own adventure, except you got to use numbers instead of pages. All right, so then we got Foss doing this show, and you only get that show every other week. When the show is twice as good as all the other shows, it can only happen half as often. It's physics, again, math. So it only comes out every one other week. This week, you won't get it. You can watch Barbecue do his meat show, and then after that, you just have to go fuck yourself, basically. You're screwed. You don't get a Foss show. You could watch last week's Foss show again, backwards maybe, or do it with your other hand. I don't know. But you're not going to get a show this week. He refuses to do a show every week, but maybe one day. We'll see. When he hits the big time, starts making all that YouTube money, maybe we'll see more than that. Next we get 21. Oh, this is me. So this is a video of me reading comments about the ATF change in definition of the receivers. Notice how that's not cool anymore? And you're not even cool if you're talking about the receiver comment period. You're supposed to be talking about the pistol comment period, because that's all the rage now. So guess what? Eternal vigilance means both of them. Means every time they throw a fucking comment period at us, we got to just in stride address it and deal with it. So part of it is reading them. I'm going to attempt to read some of the stupid pistol ones, although I feel like there's so many other people reading those, or paying attention to it, that I don't want to pay attention to it, but I probably will. Next week, let's see. So but we did already look at some of the ones from receiver definitions. Let's see, summary of that. Super depressing. They're refiltering it this time around so that the boilerplates are showing up in the searches or in the filters. Search most recent comments, and you get pretty much all boilerplate, which is super frustrating because it's not really conducive to being able to read them. I've asked a couple of times for people to either who have, they're tracking their own comments they'd like me to read, or just have seen some comments that are worth reading, to send me a link or a heads up, and I've gotten 0 of those. So nobody's really interested in doing that part of it. I'll probably dig into the pistol ones to see if they're being filtered the same way, and if they aren't, and they are, it is possible to find just the good comments, then I'll read the shit out of those comments. But at this point, it's been really frustrating to try to read the firearms receiver ones. I don't have enough time to just go through them and find the good ones, or to filter out the boilerplates. And I've asked at least I asked 2 brain nerds about that, and they both basically, what's it called when a brain nerd ignores you? That's what happened to me. So think about my feelings. I asked a brain nerd to do something they didn't feel like doing, and they ignored me. So that happened this week. Next up, Daily Gun Show Live ATF branch. So here's the thing. A lot of people are like, what the hell's so good about the Daily Gun Show? Just because it ran 1,200 episodes every single weeknight for 6 years or something. And yeah, we could fight any other podcast in any martial art and win. Sure. And yeah, we could have any kind of trivia game and win. Sure. We traveled more than any other podcast. Yeah, of course, obvious. But somebody was challenging us. They said to us, what do you mean you've never been to the West Virginia's ATF technology branch and stood outside of where those shipping containers are that have every 4473 from every gun shop in the United States? And I was like, the hell we haven't. So then we went live back in 2017 with episode 403. And this is where we're sitting in the van, me and the dog. And we're sitting here having the conversation with Bob and Jimmy. Jimmy's running the show out of Arizona. Bob is casually hanging out from Canada because we're international like that. That's the building where the ATF technology branch is in, right? And then if you look over to the left a little bit, over there is where the entrance is that they wouldn't let us in. Over here to the left, where that water tower, in front of that water tower, all of those little things are cargo containers, and those are full of little containers that have all the pieces of paper that are the 4473s. Since 1976 and the Privacy Act, I believe, is where it comes from. The government is restricted from creating a database of gun owners, or I think a database of anything for that matter, but certainly gun owners. So that's why a 4473 is paper, and that's why when they're surrendered from the gun shop for lots of reasons, given to the ATF, they're put in their paper form into storage. And that storage had at one time just been 2 or 3 cargo containers. I think it was back in 2012 we went there, or we didn't go there, but we saw something that showed something like 4 cargo containers, and they were saying something about, one day we're going to need more cargo containers. And then here I am in 2017, and there's definitely more than 4 cargo containers there. So, this was just interesting. We were having a conversation in one of the Crump's chat, maybe some chat earlier, and I was challenged on whether or not I've actually been to the technology branch. And then somebody said, "What are you suggesting? There's no way you took your dog across the street and had to try to let your dog pee on the ATF?" And yeah, I fucking did walk across the street, except the dog didn't have to pee is the only problem. Do I blame the dog? No, I blame the ATF. So that happened. So if you want to go look at that, you can go look at it. It's actually a pretty good show. These were 1.5-hour shows, and we didn't just follow the news or whatever. Oh, here's me walking the dog. This is the other dog. This is Oro. This dog wasn't born yet, and this dog was still kicking. So at some point, I leave the van. I'm pointing at the ATF. I don't care. There's the van. And then we go across the street over here, because why not? It's the kind of stuff we do live from the road. This was when we were going up to the Bannerman Castle, so we had already met up with John Z, I believe. Coming back through DC, there's Oro. He says, "Oh, you want to make me go pee on the ATF?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's go pee on the ATF." Then we go over there, and long story short, he didn't have to pee after all that. So that was a spoiler. So there's a link to it in there if you want to show your kids or something what it's like when an actual podcast does real stuff. Then boom, episode 403. Next, Hacking 2A. I guess this is the end. We're getting into the crowdfunding campaign. So, I like 2A a little bit. History of 2A is kind of interesting. So I decided to try to put the history of 2A onto a website a couple while back, and then decided to put that website into a book this year. And now we've got a campaign going. So I guess I linked to the video. So instead, I'll link to the Indiegogo campaign, and if I open it up here, I will be able to click on this little link, and that'll give me this little link, which I can copy, and I can paste that right over here for everybody to click on. So if you'd be interested in grabbing a copy of the book that is a printout, basically, of the website, then you can grab one over here. If you want to give me $50, basically give me just extra money for no reason, then I will appreciate it and give you a book that says thank you on it. And if you want to get one even cheaper, because you're like me, you don't have a bunch of extra money laying around, then you can grab one for $22. There are still 3 of those available, and you could save some scratch. That's $22 shipped. unless you live in some other country. So yeah, I only need 100 people to get in on it so that we can get the book made in a decent cover, printed with an orange cover. Because here's the thing, if I ever have to print this thing myself, there's no way I'm printing that cover in orange. There's no way I'm spending that much money on orange powder, right? So if we get it printed for real, it'll have an orange cover. Otherwise, it'll have the white cover that it has in the draft form. Otherwise, no big deal. The information will still exist. It'll still be a PDF. It's just that I'll delete it and I'll do the equivalent of burning it in front of everybody, just out of spite. Except for our Patreons, they'll be able to look at it whenever they want. The rest of you people, nothing. You don't even get to look at it. We'll close this. This is the campaign, and I think that was the end, right? So boom, that's Hacking 2A. If you think you're so good, you want to try Hacking 2A, this will give you the guide to do so. It's taking the entire Second Amendment, cramming it into 120 pages, and giving you just the essence, just the good stuff. All right, I believe we did get some 42s before. I'm going to go on a commercial break and drink something, and we'll see what kind of, we'll do again. If you still want to continue even after all of this now, because we're down to 17 people, that's an indication that 3 people dropped out of hate or spite or disgust. So we're looking for a 42 if we keep going after this commercial break, or an 81 if you're one of the 81% of Texans who hate guns, or if you also want this show to just end already because you're getting sick of it. So I'm going to go to brand, I guess. Let's do this one.
I can only assume that you will enjoy educating your family about how the Coast Guard is, quote, the hard nucleus around the Navy forms in times of war. You're a really dull class. I mean, come on, man. Is the sun getting to you? I would think you'd have an opportunity when I say that about the Navy to clap, but being here together.
My Coast Guard aides have been excellent. One of them taught me that, and I quote, the Coast Guard is that hard nucleus about which the Navy forms in time of war.
I can only assume that you will enjoy educating your family about how the Coast Guard is, quote, the hard nucleus around the Navy forms in times of war. You're a really dull class.
You're a really dull audience. What the hell's wrong with you people? I feel like Biden. That's amazing. Thank you, Coast Guard, for being awesome. The Coast Guard took that, and it was nice of them. They were very obliging. I think I'm looking at the wrong set of numbers, so I'm going to go down here, and we see some more 42s. Wheel went to sleep, so that is 1. Oh, Wheel went to sleep. I see what you're saying. Funny thing is, I'm still scanning the deck of old West playing cards to get info. I still have a K and gun designer cards to go. Oh, I got what you're saying. I don't know if you're typing into there or what, but now I get it. You're probably just saying stuff into your phone. I tell you what, then we're gonna have to do something because I got a dog looking at me in a way that is she doesn't feel like she understands why I'm making her wait to go potty or whatever. So if y'all are okay with waiting while I take it to little dog potty, a little dog's gonna be going potty right now. I'll poke her, I'll kick her, and I'll drag her around so that she doesn't have any kind of peace out there, so she quits sniffing things. But she's gonna, because she's a little girl, she's gonna go out there and she's gonna have to walk around about 100 times, and then she's gonna have to sniff everything, and she's gonna have to make sure everything's still in the yard, and then eventually she'll decide it's time to pee. And then when she's done peeing, she'll have to look around a little bit, and she'll sniff some stuff, and then we'll come back in. But if everybody's down with that, we'll be back. I don't have that long of a video. I can throw a link out there. If anybody wants to jump in, and then they could say stuff while I'm out there. Try that. She'll wait for a second. So if like 1 or 2 people jump in, then we'll just jump into Instagram here. But at this point, she does not understand why I'm not letting her outside and why I keep talking to the wall. Because it's for her, I think she thinks I'm talking to the wall because nobody's saying anything. Do dogs think we're talking to like Dick Tracy phones? when we're talking to the computer. I don't know what they're thinking. But anyway, she's not hearing anything coming back. So I guess with that, did I drop a link or did I not drop? Yeah, I dropped a link. Okay, here we go. Okay, so just Maggie will drop a ball to his dogs potentially, and I'll be back in a minute. Thanks for jumping in.
All right, now I'm good. Sorry, I wanted to jump in before he went outside, but I wasn't quite ready to start talking yet, so. I could just take over this whole show. All right, welcome to the Smeggy Show for tuning in. Side is, as I can't see you through StreamYard. So I have no idea what you guys are saying. But that's okay. I know everyone likes looking at my dog, so. My dog. Then it took off for a. What was it? What was it? Was it a little mouse? Ski back there keeps catching mice. I think he's got 3 or 4 of them so far since he's been here. But anyways, I'm not good at talking to myself. I don't know how G-Webs does it. I really don't. I'm good at talking with people. And like I said, if I could see the YouTube chat, I'd be talking with all you guys out there. But I can't close out the tab on my phone to go check the comments because then it loses the StreamYard thing. But Second Amendment's cool. I like that. I kind of missed the first part of the show, so I don't know what G-Web's already covered. But I just want to point out one of the things I saw this week that was really good was the Blade Show review G-Webs did. I'm not a huge knife dude, but after listening to those guys talk, you can tell they're knife dorks or nerds, I guess is probably a better word. I didn't mean to call them a dork, sorry. They're just really like into it and makes me want to go to Blade Show now. Like it seemed like it was pretty cool.
All right, thanks for that. She's happy. She did both businesses, so she's super happy.
Wow.
All right, so you're talking about Blade Show? Oops. Let's make it leave. Let's go in here. Do this. Are you still in here?
Oh,
am I in here?
I think I'm still in here.
Okay.
Right.
All right, so we lost medic. We're down to 13 people. So 13 people, or I mean 7 people, were like, I'm not gonna wait around for a dog to go potty. Somebody just
that might be my fault because I'm not very good at talking with myself.
Yeah, it's super awkward. Thanks for jumping in and doing it. Somebody just tore by him like a little, I don't know, the super loud little mini bikes. So now every dog in the neighborhood that's outside is having basically a little chat about it to each other. Let's see. So we don't have any chats going on except for Nighthawk leaving and everybody saying good night. Just remember that not everybody's awesome. So community is all about. There's got to be some kind of way to say community is all about caring for each other or some shit. So do all that stuff. Let's see. Are we still screen sharing? Yeah. Patriots asking, have you ever listened to the radio show I Was a Communist for the FBI? No. But now I'm going to go outside and see why those dogs have not showed up. soon as I open the door, they quit barking. So I guess they're not. This door open.
We don't have too many dogs barking in this neighborhood. There's like one little yappy dog that's a couple houses over.
Oh, I live in the opposite.
I almost never hear dogs barking.
I live in the kind of place where everybody's got a pit bull in their yard and they're outside all day long in their backyards. So some of them are cool with that. You know, every pit bull is a little different. Some of them are down with living in Arizona, 105-degree backyard all day. Others hate it and they're dying. And some of them are babies, and it's pretty shitty. It's pretty shitty. But whatever. Wasn't ATF converting all those 4473s to microfiche at one time? Well, if you talk to Crump, and part of the thing we were talking about today was our list of videos that are worth watching. The one from Crump, who was in here earlier, he's probably asleep by now, was this part about Operation Southbound Warrantless Searches. I mean, it's basically that, because there's taking an existing paper 4473 and scanning it, right? OCR, optical character recognition, using a computer eyeball to read the piece of paper, and then you can effectively throw the piece of paper away at that point. Now you get a digital version of it. The scary part is once that digital version is in a database, now it's indexable, it's searchable, it's usable, and so many different things. It's shareable, right? And it's vulnerable. So they accumulate a lot of data. When has the government ever been great at security, right? Just had a pipeline happen or whatever. I mean, just for even if it was like, oh, well, all we have to do is have this database and there'll be safety. And everybody was like, all right, we agree, science or whatever. Let's get this database. You know, so now we have safety. Whoops. And now also, you know, terrorists have our database because we're idiots and we don't know how to make a database secure.
Yeah, I remember seeing something around, I don't know, whatever, about all those containers and everything. And I don't know if it was like a Daily Show segment or it was something like that. Like, obviously, it was kind of a liberally type show. But basically, the ATF was complaining, like, oh my God, we have to look at all this paper. And if we ever want to figure out, like, how many guns John Smith owns, we have to go through all the pieces of paper and see which of them say John Smith and then make sure it's the right person. And blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, good. That's the point. They basically were campaigning or complaining that they wanted a searchable database on the computer, but they had so much paper and all these, you know, containers that it was too hard to go through all of it.
Well, and it was an issue when OCRs were a pain in the butt, but Google efforted to read every single piece of paper on the planet and then accomplish that pretty much. So,
oh yeah, I'm sure by now that they're done with that.
I mean, like, if it's worth reading, they've read it. Parchment, scrolls, texts, like papyruses, like literally if it's written down, they've scanned it and put it into the big general collective weird hive, you know, which is eventual, it's inevitable, right? So it's going to happen or whatever. Anyway, so because of that, I mean, it's not difficult anymore to scan all the 4473s. I don't know if I want to say that's inevitable because it shouldn't be, and we should be working to make sure that it isn't, even though it technically can be. The fact that it's becoming more and more technically, because it's becoming technically easier and easier to technically accomplish that, it should be even more reason why we're aware and concerned, and then somehow have, I don't know how to say, like tabs, you know, like maybe those things should be destroyed so it's not possible to make copies of them, right? Like that's the one way to ensure that the government doesn't use them. Destroy them. Justify the fact that we ever needed them in the first place. They've only existed since 1968. So that's, I mean, only, but also, right? So they've existed since 1968. Prove to us where all crime has ended. Prove to us where we would live in savagery if it wasn't for those 4473s. Like, give us justification that the amount of time on your time clocks where you go out and use those things and it accomplishes some goal that your organization has. And then again, I'm going to challenge them to then balance that with the other three letters. How many alcohol things are you looking at? How many tobacco things are you looking at? And is this, again, an appropriate allocation of resources? But, you know, they should be justifying why those things exist, not just the cost of them, the cost to make them exist is a basic what's that called when you fake it? When you create the reason that it needs to exist and then complain about the fact that it has to exist, you don't get it both ways, right? So fine, if you think it's such a burden to exist, then it doesn't need to exist. And you don't change that by making it easier for it to exist. You just remove it. It doesn't need to exist. You sell that property to a business, right? You get rid of those cargo containers. You burn the paper inside so it can't be used for anything. You plant the ashes, to make trees for gun stocks, and then put a business up, like a gun business up on that platform, that concrete pad, sublet it, or give it back to the veterans. It's the whole place. The ATF technology branch is on a veterans hospital, a VA hospital. So I don't know where the hell they even get off having land on a veterans hospital. But they do. It's all government shared resource, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I really like your point of going, okay, prove to me how do you actually use this, that it works. Like, show me all these criminals you track down by tracing the 4473s and blah, blah, blah. Now, I still don't like them, but at least you can make them justify. It's kind of like, well, I know like most guns will come with like a one, shot piece of brass, and that's supposed to somehow, I don't know, it's for something, right? Isn't there some state that, like, I don't know, they shoot the bullet or something and put it in a database or whatever? They've never used that once to solve a crime, but you have to do it. Is that New York? Am I making something up?
Yeah, that might be a good thing to do a map of. No, I know what you're talking about. We're talking about the pre-fired. Do they call it a pre-fired round?
Yeah, my brain's not working great.
I'm just talking sporadically here, but yeah, what you're talking about there, the idea that they have to include, or that they do include, a fired round or two, is because just a couple of localities. I don't even think it's whole states. It might even just be, counties or cities, or even that a couple of places require that one of the spent rounds be surrendered to the police when you buy the gun, and then that way, if you ever use your gun in a crime, they've got what would you call it, like a typeset of what your ballistics look like, or whatever. Like the first ballistic out of your gun is that they have. So ideally, you can't change your barrel with a different barrel and use it in a crime. You're going to use all the parts specific to that gun, and then commit a crime. Then they're going to confiscate it, do their science on it, and then go, aha, it's the same bullet as the one that we had over here. It's the same gun. So, yeah, it's ridiculous, convoluted attempt to to marginalize gun owners, law-abiding gun owners, is, if we have to jump through hoops because we have anything to do with criminals, but then also make it difficult and costly to have a gun. Make it difficult and costly for manufacturers to comply. Think about it, 2 rounds going out of every gun so that a couple of localities can have that freaking spent case. It's ridiculous. There's a ton of lead, ton of powder, ton of primers, ton of wasted recycling or reloading or whatever you want to call it, just to make sure that a couple of people are appeased on some dumb law. And again, we could be spending our resources like the Borg, right? I'm not saying the Borg isn't ideal, but I'm just saying if we looked at it in that direction, if we were like the Borg and everybody was used to their ideal efficiency and no more and no less, or maybe like communism, but let's just say Borg. So if that was the case, right, we would be distributing resources to prevent those laws from existing, so that then gun manufacturers wouldn't have to spend those 2 cartridges, and that whole thing could end. And boom, now there's more ammo in the world because they're not needing cases and pallets of ammo to do that dumb test to appease a couple of dumb, stupid legislators.
Which proves absolutely nothing. I mean, I remember seeing something, oh God, I wish I could remember the YouTube channel, but they do this whole show about kind of like, almost, I want to say like pseudoscience in like crime, and they talk about like all sorts of stuff, like how DNA evidence, like everyone thinks, oh, that's shut and closed case. If you got the DNA, you proved it. And they go through like, well, actually, these are all these things wrong with it. Fingerprints or another one, like they can manipulate that. Everyone thinks, well, that's perfect. But they did a thing on ballistics. Again, that's not the case, right? That's when they actually recover like the lead projectile and they match it to yours or whatever. But it's like, dude, that is so far off. And most of the time, all they can be able to prove is like, well, it was a 45 caliber and, came from a Smith and Wesson type rifling or whatever. And that's it. Well, I think of like, okay, let's say you match it to something, be like, well, it came from a Glock. Cool. So there's millions of those things around. So just because they find a person who happens to also own a Glock doesn't mean that person did it. So I don't know. It was just kind of interesting where they really talk about like the evidence isn't as like 100% as people think they are, because the NCIS movies and TV shows and stuff teach you, I can just pull up this one bullet and prove for a fact that it came from this one gun specifically, not just a 9mm Glock.
So what we're talking about here for people that are like, I don't know what you're talking about. So I'm hearing Charlie Brown, wah, 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 right? What we're talking about is the gun manufacturers, I guess you could say, or the, the gun manufacturers are required to put a set of tires on the vehicle, if it was a vehicle, a set of tires on the vehicle that have a unique tread pattern. So now the treads say forward, 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 forward as they drive down the road, right? And then that way the brilliant people making laws said, well, this way, if somebody drunk drives, we'll know right away that they're driving a Ford because their tire tracks now say forward, 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 instead of just being squiggly lines like a regular tire track would be, right? Is that a way to say it, like to explain it to somebody? And then it's like, now if that was really going to solve the crime, then it would mean that criminals wouldn't just change the tires on their vehicle and drive with whatever kind of tires they want on their vehicle. Like it would be that easy to just change the tires, right? You can just change your barrel out and have a different, 99% of your gun. Criminals could all go to a swap meet where they'll take their barrel out and shift it 2 people over and put it back in. And now everybody's got a different barrel, so good luck.
Right. And then the other part, I think that analogy is perfect because, okay, let's say you go to a scene of an accident or whatever, and then you see Ford, 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 and then what, you just drive down the street and the first Ford you see, you assume that was the person that did it? Like there's millions of Fords driving around this country, so it doesn't prove that you were the one doing it just because you happen to own a Ford.
So I looked around a little bit just to see what some of the forums might say. Why is a forum so good, you might say, instead of stupid Discord? Because you'll notice when I search for stuff, Discord never shows up. Why? Because Discord is hidden from the internet. It's private, right? So you can invite people in and you might have great conversations. You might all be contributing to a massive accumulation of interesting knowledge, right? You might be coming up with new things, literally evolving the conversation in interesting, creative, and effective new ways, right? No one's going to know it because no one can find it using search engines. You might not use search engines, so it might not appeal to you, but since the internet and technology and stuff depend on the ability to find stuff based on tags and to index things based on a structure or an agreed upon traditional way of doing it, then a system, then that's what we are forced to comply with. And when we do that, we see that something from 2009 can come up and still be available to anybody. The forum might be vacant or dead. It might still be flying, but here we are looking at relevant insight to whatever it is we're looking at. It might be dated, it might be dead on, right? We don't know, but anyway, it's valid, and that's why I keep harping on it, because people love to waste all their freaking time in Discord. And it's not that I have a problem with people spending their time together or accumulating knowledge. I've been doing that since 1997. But I'm talking doing it hidden where no one else can find it, and all they got to do is turn a switch. Somebody can accidentally flip the wrong switch. Somebody can die. Somebody can get divorced. Somebody's electric bill can go out. Somebody can spill champagne on the keyboard, and the computer falls in love with them and deletes it as a way to get back at them when they go out with their girlfriend from upstairs. I mean, these things happen. We've seen the documentaries. Maybe not Smeggy, but
well, also just chime in real quick on the Discord thing is that it's also like, besides being its own little private room, you can't really archive that well. Like even, I'm in some Discord stuff because I enjoy that conversation and, instant talking with each other, but try searching back a month and you can't even go back that far to see what other people were saying back then. So it's a instant gratification type thing. Like if someone happens to be on there while you're talking and they're talking back to you, cool, you had a nice little conversation. But you'll not be able to go back to it and see what you wanted, what you were talking about before.
No, that's a good point. I never thought about that because I don't use it. I used it for a minute and I didn't like it. And then it seemed like, well, we had issues with gun channels and stuff, but it seemed like an interesting thing for the potential, but I never thought about that because I didn't use it long enough. But that is one of the things I don't like about Instagram and Facebook. Both have that same problem. YouTube could have it, but it doesn't. It's better because it's got ways that you can put playlists, for example. So you can decide to stir your stuff up and bring some, all the stuff that has to do with this topic or all the stuff from this event or whatever you want to just divide it up. You can make things, make it easily accessible for people, put those playlists in order. So, you have a lot of control of your channel and it's all public on YouTube. It ain't perfect, but at least it gives you that stuff. And that's what I'm calling the gold standard. That's what most of us are used to. So all these other platforms that offer even more ability or functionality, when they make it where you have to have a key to get in or an invite to see what's happening, that's annoying. But when you're talking that they're also like Facebook in the regards that it's technically back there, but it's just such a pain in the ass to scroll through it that no one actually does unless they're like, looking for something or whatever, then that's actually pretty lame. Now it's possible, I'm guessing, that depending on the, what do they call it, forum you're in there or whatever they call the rooms, that somebody, if they wanted to, could probably move things over. Because I know you can put stuff in those little rooms on the left. You could have some kind of organization there where good posts or something get dragged and dropped or reposted into a room so that you could have all the stuff about cows over here and all the stuff about Sundays over here and all the stuff about broomsticks over there. What the hell kind of conversations they have in Discord?
Yeah, but I think even with that, there's still a limit of how much it stores. I could be wrong, but
oh, really? Well, that could make sense because nobody's paying for nothing over there, so there's no reason for them to. And there's definitely not like a forum where, let's say a forum is on an area of interest or a region or something where the people actually have some tie to what the information they've committed there. Even if it's not like a supported forum where people are actually using it, usually a couple of folks can keep it alive. Where on Discord, there's no incentive for that because it's all hidden and it's just creating burden for their servers. So yeah, if they build it to be sort of a temporary ripples in the pond type of thing, it's not a stream, but it's not a pond either. There's, it's more like you're watching the splashes in the pond, but yeah, they're not going anywhere. It's not a stream. It's not like you can walk down the stream in like on a Facebook stream feed, and you could technically go down a Facebook feed back to your original post, right? You could look at literally everything. It's just going to be really tedious and take a while to scroll. But you're saying on that one, they just don't bother to hold that much data, so you're only going to get to some point and it just won't scroll anymore.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it literally is the redesign of the AOL chat rooms from back in the day, which, again, with that instant gratification stuff, it makes sense. Like I'm on a couple of it just for one that.
Oh, chat rooms. I thought you just meant keywords. I'm sorry. I was going to say we never deleted keywords, but you're right. Chat rooms had a span. It was like 45 minutes or something, but it had a span because you couldn't keep that kind of data, especially back then.
Right, and this, I mean, obviously, it's especially being private. The ones I'm in are pretty small, but I use it for a couple of games I play on my phone. Like we're in a little clan, and so to strategize on the game, it's easier just to use Discord to it's oh, attack this person or watch out, defend this side, whatever, blah blah blah. But again, if I want to look what happened a month ago, I can't find it because it's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. You can't search or anything. But it does have a place. I'm not going to rail on it. I kind of like it. But it's different. It's definitely not a forum. It wasn't designed to be one.
No, but I call it a forum just because it acts like one in the respects that people will show up and I guess a little bit they'll be there at the same time. But it's not like Gun Channels was unique to some extent because of the way that the chat room that we were, the chat features that we had incorporated that YouTube were really functioning, providing the function for, but the way that we could embed them in the channels and stuff, they provided a place where we could have rooms open at any time that people could jump in and participate in. So that part was just awesome. You know, like that participatory, anybody could drop a new room in there. Like that part was pretty cool. Like I'd like to see that part of, like all they'd have to do is just take all the fucking walls down in Discord. But the problem is if they took all the walls down, a bunch of the people that value the privacy and stuff would be like, oh, this isn't what I wanted.
Yeah.
They have to put walls up. And that's all it would be.
You could do both.
Yeah, exactly.
You could have open public ones because I'm trying to remember. Like I know I joined one for.
You know why they don't though? Because if you did, you'd run into the same kind of problems that you get with Facebook and things where, let's say you did leave it open, then someone said, okay, great, now I'm going to set up shop here, and now I expect it to archive or I expect it to be, you know, similar to others or something. So now you might feel either obliged or people might actually expect you to have an archive or a feed that stays longer than whatever they're doing when it's private. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. They might need more server space if they went on public option. And there would definitely be more people using it for damn sure, right? Because now you just have guests wandering around. And usually that instead, you know, when somebody finds something cool and they're going to get linked to something else, now they're literally browsing all around. So that's a hell of a lot more traffic. So unless they're getting something from it, like advertisements from the views, they'd have to turn it into YouTube somehow.
Right. No, I know you can, if you have a channel, I think there's a way to pay for like a premium one and then you get more features and stuff. I'm not super familiar with it, but like I said, an option for being public would be cool, but like specifically the stuff I use, like it needs to be private because otherwise, like I said, I play a game, right? The other team could come into our thing and then see what we're talking about. And then that defeats the whole purpose of having our own little private chat room.
Yeah, well, like Facebook, though, where you have the thing to toggle on and off. It's just that if you're going to toggle it to private, you have to be ready for, like, potentially everybody to always be private, which means tons of ultimate resources, and that's expensive. But anyway, I'll quit mansplaining how to Discord should do their job, because they should be paying me to mansplain how to do them, and then how people should use Discord. I'll allow you to use Discord however you all want. Should we still dig into Instagram? Where are you at? You're the same time as me, right? It's like 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
For us, it's like a normal time. For some of y'all, it's like in the middle of the night. It's like fast kind of time of night for you people. So I can understand a couple of people nodding off. As I told Kingpin, you're welcome to, as long as you bring somebody else in to replace someone at your seat so it doesn't look like this is a big empty room. Or bring us either donuts or burritos or something else that people want to eat. If you bring in something gross, then it doesn't count as bringing in food. It actually counts as bringing in garbage, and we don't like. Should we look at Instagram? Still awake? Is that what the consensus was? Do we look at my Instagram, or do we look at Instagram in general? Why don't we let the people that are watching decide, as if it's a choose your own adventure. So 42 is everybody else in the world's Instagram, right? Choose your own adventure out that side. Or 81 is we look at our own Instagram. The stuff that you've probably already seen or you didn't, because you either look at Instagram or you don't. So that's 42 is the rest of the world jumping down the rabbit hole. 81 jumping into our own hole, right down into our own hole. So I just figured out that all day long I've been having this like stupid citronella candle in my way because I don't blow it during the day when it's like 105. But now there's mosquito been poking me for like the last 15 minutes. I can't kill it. And then I'm like, what the hell? I've been sitting here with this damn citronella candle. So now I'm blowing the citronella candle off. And what's the time on these things? Do you ever use these things? Do you even have bugs in San Francisco?
Surprisingly, not very many at all, but I'm well versed in mosquitoes from Michigan.
Well, that's because of the ocean. Like stagnant, like lake water and stagnant, gross river water, right? Like that stuff will attract a bug. It'd be gross. But like an ocean is full of like giant fish and birds that eat bugs constantly. So I don't even think a bug could exist near the ocean. Plus, it would be blown out into the middle of the ocean. Like a bug would be crazy to live by the ocean.
Yeah, I legitimately have probably seen 5 mosquitoes since I've been out here. But like I said, I'm from Michigan, so I am well versed in mosquitoes. Those things are like the size of bats over there.
But that's the other problem, is I don't have real mosquitoes. I've got an Arizona mosquito, which I've got to assume is like the 9mm or potentially even 25 ACP of mosquitoes, right? Because it's Arizona. There can only be like 16 of them at one time in the whole state, and they're all just happen to be here. But anyway, did you ever use citronella candles or the plant citronella itself?
I've never had the plant, but yeah, I've used candles. I don't think they work all that great, but that's just like I've been put some like between my feet sitting around the campfire, and my ankles got eaten up because that's what they always hit me between, like right on the top of my sock, like on top my, whatever, that ankle area. They always find that little crevice right underneath my blue jeans, on top of my pants, or whatever. I said that all weird. I messed up, but you know what I mean. My ankles, between my blue jeans and my shoes.
So, they work for me, I think. But I think it's, again, a factor of you had real mosquitoes that were competing with a million other mosquitoes, so they had to be like the pit bulls of mosquitoes in order to exist, right? And then also all the things like frogs and shit that eat mosquitoes. Like nothing, like a mosquito, unless I smack it, a mosquito just lives a like wimpy life of like leisure, I mean, it just goes around probably biting lizards or whatever, feels like. So anyway, I think the citronella works here because of the mosquitoes are wimpy. But I haven't bought the plant yet. That's the real trick. Because I don't really like the smell of these things because they're gross. And I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to burn them inside. But I'm not outside, so I'm blowing it off in here. It's just the little kind, that are like the size of a stack of quarters. They're not that big. So,
light size.
Yeah, you're supposed to shove it into other stuff. I'm just cheap, so it's, comes in its own little metal thing. I'm just burning it. But anyway, I'm just curious if that works for other people the rest of the country. And then it's like $4 to go to the store and buy a plant. And I don't know, I like growing stuff or whatever. I don't like throwing $5 all around. And I'm not sure if that's the kind of plant where it lives, So one day I'll get a couple of the plants, I think. And how cool would it be if you could just have some plants out on the porch, and then because of that, they create a barrier where mosquitoes don't want to come in the door, and then you don't have mosquitoes because they're not outside and they can't come through the door to come inside, so you don't have mosquitoes. It would be great. Oh, here. Patriot saying, I grow it on my deck. Candles work, right? As long as they're not nuclear. So when you grow it on your deck, I've been to your place, so I know kind of what you're talking about. On the back deck, so that means they're going to get afternoon sun. Afternoon sun in Michigan would be like shade all the time here probably, and then like a little bit of sunlight, so I'm guessing I could probably grow them outside. I mean, the thing is, they'll have them outside at the store. When I go to the store and see them, they look like a big fern kind of. They're outside there, but that doesn't mean shit, because half the time, if something can't even live outside, they water the shit out of it at the store so that it somehow can live until you buy it.
Yeah, and that one particular plant just sits outside for a couple days or whatever till it gets bought, and then they bring new ones in.
Yeah, exactly. Like, or if it dies, they just brought new ones.
It's been outside for a month.
But anyway, they're like $4, and I just have it. I only get bit by mosquitoes at night, so I don't even think about it until at night. And every time I turn on one of these candles, I'm like, damn, I should get that damn plant eventually. And I don't know if one plant does it. Is it like one plant per mosquito, or do you have to have like, I'm thinking like one of them IV. What do you call them things? Like a tunnel or whatever they have to go through. Like make one of them IV tunnels around the door, so that effectively the mosquito would have to go down the tunnel. Like it would think it's getting married. It'd be all freaked out, and it wouldn't even want to go down the tunnel.
Did you like in the Chocolate Factory movie, that scary tunnel on the boat?
Oh, you know what? Are you talking about the old one from the back in the day?
Yeah, the only one, not the weirdo one.
I only seen that movie like ever once, maybe, and that was like whenever I was a little kid. And then any other time I've ever seen it is like a clip, from like somebody else referencing it. It wasn't like my favorite movie. I didn't think I hated it or nothing, but I just never went back and watched that movie. I think I might have watched the new one, but I think I also might have gone like, nope, and like, because I'll stop watching a movie right now. I don't give a shit. So I think I might have stopped watching it at some point because again, it's not like I have a memory of the first one so much, so I just didn't like the second one, if I remember right. Johnny Depp is hit or miss for me, if I'm allowed to say that around you.
Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock, as long as you say that part.
All right. But yeah, I mean, I like that guy a lot in some things. Is he mnemonic? Is he Johnny Mnemonic? No, that's Canoe. Similar dude, might as well be. But anyway, we're off topic now. So here's the deal. I left it up to the Choose Your Own Adventure, and basically here's what happened. We put the Choose Your Own Adventure out there. One person wrote in marker 42, another person wrote in marker 81, and then one person in pencil wrote 61 and a half, being wise ass, right? And then, like, somebody else tore it a little bit, and somebody used it to make sure that a table didn't knock over during lunch and got some spaghetti sauce on it. I hope that's spaghetti sauce. And then Patriot returned it, and we don't know shit. We basically have 1.5 votes for each of them. So what are we supposed to do, go back and forth? I guess that's what we're going to have to do. So now you're going to learn a lesson. You're going to have to tether between both. Utah Shooters has their thing coming up. In Utah, they have a thing called Shootah. They take the word shoot, they take the word Utah, they cram them together because that's hip nowadays. Shootah. It's coming up pretty soon, actually, this weekend. Shit, when is it? Let's open that up into a new window and take a quick look. I suppose we can just go to their website and figure it out. June 19th. Is that range day? Interesting. I think that's range day. We'll find out because it'll show up on other things. It's full sun here from about 11 o'clock to sundown. They resemble sagebrush to me. Oh, I have no idea how big they get. The ones I've seen are in a little pot that's like as big as 2 handfuls of dirt, right? Just like you could hold it in 2 hands and it would just barely be as big as your 2 hands kind of thing. Like, what's that, a softball? Smaller than a watermelon for damn sure. So the green part was like a fern or something, and it was like, I don't know, not very big at all. 2 handfuls of green part, like not very big. So I don't know how big they even get. I'm assuming it's some sort of vine kind of shit. I don't know. Never really looked it up. Okay, so we got off topic there. That's Utah coming up in Utah.
I'm going to have to jump out, so my phone's dying.
Yeah,
Thanks for I'll see you in the comments. I'll still be able to listen once I plug my phone in bed, but I won't be able to talk.
Okay. So thanks for jumping in.
Take it easy.
So we'll just go back and forth here for a minute and then we'll see what happens. So something website is live, go sign in for the huge giveaway, get something. I don't know what that's all about. Dukes, I'm not a big fan of painting guns with flags like that. Let's see, get a couple of what are these pistols laying next to a wheel. That's the thing to do. We started doing that back in like 15. I thought it was cool, and then quit doing it because they always fall in there. It's actually not that cool because they fall over more often than not, so I don't like doing it. I don't know, Light Fighter is posting some kind of booze. These always go over my head because I don't know shit about booze. I don't even remember the last time I drank booze. No idea. I'm sure I drank a beer or something. RTAC. Posting a video. Anybody know what this is? It is not a Tantal. It looks like a Tantal, but it is just some kind of Romanian, I guess. Then we get GAT. This is the best one. Not the best. It's a very good gun shop. And it looks like they got a car show or something going on. Some stupid music. Another gun. That's interesting. What's all this about? I guess the guy from Tops Knives must have died or something. And then there's some sort of homage to him, perhaps. Maybe that's his knife collection on the wall. Huh. And then think about that. What happens when you croak? What are you going to do with all your knives when you croak? I got Chris Costa up here looking like he's got a lot of hair. I've seen him where he's bald, and I've seen him with a mohawk. He's like a real tight mohawk to his head. And then in this one, he's got like enough hair to have like a ponytail. A couple of stores. There's Shoot Talking, somebody with a scar. Gun policy. What do they got going on? I haven't seen any of these movies, so I guess this is Harry Potter. I think it's a Harry Potter movie, and all the characters are watching a giant eyeball zap a mountain off. I don't know what's happening. So this is Awesome Channel, Ready Man Network, and this dude's probably about to chop this wood inside of a rubber tire, like inside of just the tire part of a tire. Oh, I see what he's doing. So he's chopping it into like slices, like you would slice a potato. And then he goes into each slice and chops it into a segment. And what he ends up with is a shit ton of firewood. It's all in the arrangement of the log still. So all he has to do is pick up the tire and kick it all over. That saved a lot of work. So that's how you can tell the difference between somebody who works and somebody who, you know, thinks about shit on the internet, talks about work. Cody, you got some sort of weird ass picture. Basic pistol class tomorrow. That's the weirdest ass picture for a basic pistol class. First off, is there any possible way that that's not the small of your back? To have those two belt loops like that? That has to be the small of your back. I mean, I'm not even Mr. Pantsaholic or nothing. I'm just like aware of pants to know that that's where the back of your pants is. I didn't even try hard, and I can tell that's the back of pants, right? And I'll open this thing. This is what the other problem I have with this citronella candle. Now it's going to spill all over the place. That's what happened to me the other day. It spilled all over this damn thing I'm trying to sell. So this is the back of your freaking back of your small of your back. So what the hell? What are they telling you to put this in the small of your back and then using that as a picture for a basic pistol class? This makes me question Cody. I mean, come on. It's not the museum. That's something I'd expect to see from the museum, not from Cody Firearms Experience. Kind of shame on them for that one. I'm not going to thumb it up. I'm not giving them a little heart thingy for that. Let's see. I'm from New York. We get little to decent sized mosquitoes. New York? I suppose your mosquitoes are also got some sort of like, what's the word? Some sort of attitude, right? I bet you your mosquitoes, even when you smack them, they probably smack you back, or they talk lip about it. What's going on? Oh, you're saying something. Let's see. The Patriot and the dark Chernobyl mosquitoes are the worst. It's full sun. Oh, you already said that one. It's going to be a 2 foot tall, 2 foot wide pot with a couple of marigolds scattered around them for other bugs. Oh shit, I don't know much about flowers, so I'll have to double check. I did see that there is some stuff like that. That's probably what I'll start doing when I quit doing guns, is I'll start doing like, you know, backyard gardening channel or whatever and start learning all about flowers, cactuses and that kind of thing. Pretty cool. I burn tiki torches with little bits of citronella oil and candles. Cacti keep my food safe from animals. So that's interesting. I actually just sold a little oily thing that was given to me, and I had it up there for like the price of shipping basically, and then it sold for the price of shipping. And I was just thinking, like, when I was at the store buying these stupid candles, that I could have just bought the oil and put it in that oil thing I already have, and then I would only had to buy oil. But I didn't want to get it all ruined since I already had it on eBay, and it turns out, of course, I sold the damn thing. So I guess I can make a thing to burn oil in, but I was thinking about doing that too. Does the oil smell less than the candles? Because the candles smell gross and they smell like candles. So I can handle with just the gross, I guess. Inquiring noses want to know. Inquiring noses want to nose. Oh, I'm going wrong way. Nope, I've covered all of them. All right, we're back to the comments. So well-armed woman is probably one of the three reasons why firearms ownership has already, or I should say the face of firearms ownership has already changed. Their influence has changed the route. So a lot of people aren't paying attention, so they haven't figured it out yet. But 400 ladies went to Colorado just this year, and they're not done. That was just them gathering in Colorado to do one weekend's worth of stuff. I think it was more than a weekend, but whatever. So anyway, they're always saying, uplifting and positive things to each other, empowering each other. That's what chicks do. NRA, I pledge to defeat the NRA, saying it like if he's trying to swallow a banana hole, and then the NRA has got to go. She's saying it like if she wants to see that dude swallow a banana hole very hard. So I'm glad that NRA is like, here we go. Remember when Biden was trying to yell to a bunch of ton of monkeys like the other jungle over? That's what it looks like. Back in January of 21, or when Kamala Harris was yelling about something in 19. She wasn't even a vice president in 19, was she? Or no, there's no possible way she was anything in 19. She was a district attorney putting people in jail in 19. So that's the NRA for you. So people like the NRA doesn't do nothing. You think somebody just colored that goofy picture of Joe Biden all by themselves and then posted it for him? No. They wrinkled up a piece of paper and then made those images and then shoved them on there on a couple of different layers, put half the quotes in, and then found some quotes from like years and years ago and then posted it. 37,000 views though. So 5 million members, 37,000 views. I guess that's actually shitty, but it's more than anybody else is getting. So it's also what we have to deal with. This is a place that is really close to John Browning's museum that me and Dead Horse went to, but Dead Horse ain't out here tonight. And they've got a pretty good meme page going. If I gotta watch memes, I'd rather watch it from a company that's doing a bunch of interesting stuff. Like, you could probably walk to the John Browning Museum from there. I wouldn't, but you could probably walk there. Here's another Ready Man. This one will be awesome.
Created me a bamboo fish trap.
Fish trap? What are you talking about, dude?
But it's inappropriate.
That dog just licked his own nuts.
But it's just a single piece of bamboo, split, and I just wrapped jute around each one. No, but the folks created me a.
Damn it, Butch. So I don't know what the hell that was trying to prove. They didn't really show the fish trap being used. I don't know. There's Travis, went past Russ. Here's something from what used to be a gun shop.
Hey guys, it's Ryan with Casey Firearms. And now that we've closed our retail side of the business, a lot of you guys may be wondering, what exactly does that mean for you? Everything that you're used to seeing already in the store, ammunition, firearms, accessories, they're still going to be for sale. However, they're going to be on the auction website at hogauctions.com. The coolest thing about that is you guys get to set that price. Everything in here, new guns, old guns, collectibles, you name it, it is still for sale at hogauctions.com. So what does that mean? It means you guys can get some really awesome firearms like this brand new Daniel Defense M4 PDW right now on our auction website. This guy is slightly used, in an incredible shape, comes with the original box and everything. It is an amazing piece. Things that we wouldn't always have in our auctions before, now that we get to spread them on to you guys. All you guys have to do is go on our website at hogauctions.com, create an account, view all of our auction listings.
We'll probably start watching the auctions because I'm going to try to bring some of my stuff up there and get it auctioned if I can. There's Ghost shooting some kind of a PDW. Artec breaking some kind of gun, maybe. Incus. I think he's doing something to that meat. SMG Lee. This dude here was doing stuff before I was doing stuff, and because of this dude doing stuff, I decided to do stuff. So this dude's OG on top of OG. And he was legit back on the day, and then at some point, other people, well, no point, nothing. Anyway, OG, real stuff happening on the line. Then we got Tactical Photographer, really close to being at that level. Blues Brothers car, I think. That lady with the gun, my friend from Texas, and she's totally blind. I don't know what that's talking about. Electric zapper is what I use for flying bugs. The tiki torches as well attached to the top of the deck, but I don't burn them often. It's just me. I can get them tiki torches at the thrift stores for like nothing. I just never thought about it before. I wonder if I put the oil in there, if it would evaporate if I'm not using it. Or I guess I could just put some in there. I don't know what he's trying to say. If she was mean to him and pulled in, or if he's congratulating her car. I don't know shit about cars. So we see some other stuff. There's an army one. What's all this about? Army Museum, proud to open the doors. They could have been doing better things than that today, assholes. So here we go. It's one of the things I wanted to look at in here. One of the reasons I opened this thing in the first place is Pink has some patches, I guess. I don't know if he's got them or if they're at Allen Acre. But either way, they look pretty freaking awesome. They do awesome detail. And Pink's design has a lot of detail in it. So pretty neat. Those are on there. There's that thing that we were talking about with Recoil Magazine. So if you go to the Recoil Magazine version of Instagrams, here's that post. It's got 3,000 likes and 4,000 comments. So the thing was, help us pick the cover, let us know which is your favorite. So there's cover number 1, cover number 2, and cover number 3. And if you notice, Chris doesn't change at all. He's got the same shirt on and the same gun, and he's holding everything the same way. And the information on the cover stays the same. All that changes is the overall background, and this one is green, and then there's a white area with the writing on it. And if you go to the last one, there's the white area of the writing on it, except that they changed the background color to red and blue. And then if you go to the other third one, it's just that they removed the white area, so now it's just red and blue. So really, it's like, which layout do you like? So they basically set up an insignificant question with Chris as their, I don't know what to call it, like victim, in my opinion. And then, like, oh, let's just put this dumb question out there, make Chris stand there while we're asking this question, and then, sit back and watch the frenzy as people comment. Well, I looked at the comments, and I don't know. I guess you'd have to debate me on whether you think the comments were horrible or if the comments were wimpy or what. I mean, I guess I looked at them at some point, and they've continued to comment, so they could have gotten worse or better, or I don't know. But either way, it's a situation that I believe Recoil knew would happen. I believe they're not stupid, that they do have a finger on the pulse, and they decided to create Rift to exploit division instead of attempting to create unity and awareness. They could have taken a picture of Chris sitting in front of Congress and not exploited any of his preferences or decisions other than the fact that he represented gun owners exemplary, like in an awesome way, and he did it. He's able to do it because he's frickin' Top Shot Chris, for crying out loud. It's not like gay flag wearing Chris. So Chris is doing awesome work. Everybody likes Chris. I believe he was used in this situation by Recoil, and the community was used by Recoil so that they have a momentary blip on people's consciousness, and we have a rift which is either exists or is magnified by their bullshit marketing schema. And I'm going to keep saying it because I don't care if I'm their fucking magazine. And I believe that they're scratching a scar, if it's even there, and they're cutting us if it ain't a scar, you sons of bitches. I'll keep saying it too. So that got me to where I'm not even looking on the other side of Instagram, because fuck Instagram, they're just being insightful at this point, trying to be mean to Chris. So you're saying the comments were gross, in your opinion? I didn't read enough of them. I guess I'll blow off stuff, and I don't know if I'm supposed to be offended by or offended for people. I'll mansplain, but when you tell me what I have to be offended for other people about, I just get confused. So I get angry. So I guess we'll dig into mine for a little bit if anybody wants to see them. We'll judge what people did about judging mine. So this first one is the results of yesterday's effort. That's like 6 hours work. I think it looks pretty shitty for 6 hours work, but people tend to be critical. I don't know. I guess the other way I could look at it is this picture has 273 views. This one has 79 and this one has 16. So the shittiest of the pictures is the one I spent 6 hours on. This one I spent, I don't know, probably about 20 minutes altogether, gathering all those guns at the gun shop that day, laying them all on the ground, and then taking a couple of pictures. At this point, I was probably taking them on the phone, so I didn't have to do anything with the camera except maybe change the darkness or whatever, the ISO, to open up the ISO to take the exposure a little bit longer to gather more light and therefore lighten up the image. The shop had this blue carpet that was beautiful. It was perfect for taking pictures on. And the M1 carbine is a pretty smart looking little gun. You take 5 of them and you jam them together. I could have put them a little closer together to be a little bit more square, but ended up with a little bit more rectangle up and down version of a square that's completely blue with 5 M1 carbines, starting with a paratrooper model at the top and the probably a real put together Korean War version that's been refinished second, and then an inland garbage like aftermarket thing in the middle, and then maybe a real one because Bob was in the M1s and that one looks cool, so I'm guessing that's probably like one that some people would have an erection because of, and then that bottom one might be a piece of shit. Because I think now that there was a time when, he'll just buy any M1 carbine that he finds because he liked them and he could. And sometimes they were shitty. But I'm pretty sure the one that had the thing on it was the one that was off the wall. Or maybe it wasn't because that would have had a sling on it. Anyway, these are all garbage, technically. Or that one with the mag on it is good. And the other ones are garbage. But really, those are all just fakes. The top one is a remake. It's a fake. It's an inland. It's like an aftermarket thing they made after the war for people that couldn't get the real ones. And then the second one is the same thing. The second one is just an old reconditioned one. So it was cool. It might have killed some Nazis or something, but it's been all refinished and looks kind of boring and lame. And then the middle one is fake. It just looks like a real one. 30 round mag is fake. And then that bottom one is just weird. It's to sell to somebody at a gun show. It's real and everything, but it's just put together poorly and it doesn't look good. It's all those like worst parts, medium parts. Anyway, so that's an M1 carbine thing. It gets 278 comments. That's another way to factor an Instagram post. And your picture takes 8 hours worth of collaborative effort to be part of a 2A history project. A couple of pages of a 2A history project. That gets 16 views, no comments. So basically you can use these as market research or the same way that Recoil has their finger on the pulse of what people are going to buy and what'll move and what'll sell and what'll get people out of a buying slump or when's a good time to create controversy. Not in good time like when there's 2 concurrent comment periods that need to be addressed and an opportunity to call Congress people to tell them not to appoint an asshole who works for Gabby Giffords to not be the head of the ATF, the regulatory agency he would like to use as a weapon against private citizens. but instead use a divisional image to waste a bunch of time. Yeah, I guess I'm typing on that again. We get to June 11th being the anniversary of New Hampshire, that's the way they like to say it, becoming the 40th state to stop prohibiting suppressors for hunting. See how I said that? I don't say they allow suppressors because fuck them. New Hampshire became the 40th state to stop prohibiting suppressors. So they finally stopped infringing on the right of New Hampshireans to quietly shoot things dead in the forest. Next is the beginning of the, well, not the beginning, a video that I posted about the project, the 2A History Project. Got a bunch of maps over here. People still awake for this? It seems like really boring, and I'm describing it for Patriot, but otherwise, without anybody in here, nobody saying anything. Sounds like some kind of a goofy, boring lecture. So I've got an Instagram picture here with 5 maps across the top, 5 going up and down, so that makes it 25 maps, if I did my math correctly, and then a 6th map with down here. So there's 26 maps on this thing. One of them is permits required to purchase. So these are maps of the United States with all the states filled in green. And then the states that are shitty or assholes are in red, and all the good states are in green, right? And then if there's a state that's sort of an asshole or shitty sometimes, they're in orange. So that way you can, most of the people who are sightists are going to use their eyes to visually quickly figure out which states are good or bad, right? And judge which states are good or bad based on these their feelings of gun control. So if we look at the labels of these states or these maps of the United States, oh, did somebody ask if my map of the United States includes Alaska, Hawaii, Washington, D.C., and Puerto Rico? Well, of course, because I'm not statist, like a lot of people who'd say, screw all them littler states that aren't directly attached to us, or Washington, D.C. that doesn't count. They should get taxed but not represented. No, I'll go ahead and include them when we're talking gun rights. Excuse me, gun owners' rights. Permit required to purchase is the first one. The next one is permit required to own. So there's different situations going on there. Some of the states make you buy a permit before you can even consider buying a gun. Other ones make you have a permit before you can even own a gun, or require you to maintain a permit while you own. Something like Illinois and their stupid FOID, or I don't know, all these states in orange that do some kind of weird shit. Let's see, then you get firearms registration. So some states, including Nebraska, it seems, make you register your firearms. Hey, state, is it okay if I own this gun? If it's please, 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 can I own my gun? Is it okay if I own my gun? I'll tell you which guns I have. If it's okay, I'm going to own these guns. Then you get magazine capacity restrictions. That happens in just 2 states. Of course, stupid Colorado. I shouldn't say 2 states, a couple of states. New York is almost always included. Some of those littler states over there that are smaller than some of our counties. Those states often have weird laws. Also, they've been around longer than most of us have been states, right? Little trivia, most states have been states longer than most of us have been alive. They're older than us. So the next one after magazine capacity restriction is home-built firearms restriction. So there's only a couple of states, California and New York, I think. Maybe there's some more because these maps are tiny. It's hard to see the details back east, but just a couple of states that have a restriction on home-built guns because that's such a new restriction. I'm sure Hawaii's just already writing up the stuff for that one. So the next line, or the second row, would be stand your ground laws. That one's a pretty interesting one. That first line is the first row of maps is actually pretty heavy free because there's very few states that have requirements to own or requirements to register or the restrictions on home built. So most of those maps were just green with like 1 or 2 red states. The permit to purchase has a few more, so it's sort of a colored map, but that first row is almost all green. Looks like green versions of the United States. These maps start getting pretty crazy because there's so much more going on. You're older than Hawaii? Wait, how old is Hawaii? How old are you? How can you be older than Hawaii? First off, how can an island not be older than people? Did they make Hawaii? I thought Hawaii was natural. maybe I'm mixed up. Is Hawaii one of those things where all the garbage got together and they just named it Hawaii? I don't know. This is a lot of science. The science has to be told to me before I accept it. All right, so now we're on the second line of maps here. We got stand your ground, we got castle doctrine, we got state preemption, then we've got purchase, age restriction, and then duty to inform. Duty to inform was a tough one because so many states are kind of both ways. So I ended up doing that map in blue instead of green. And I don't know if I like that decision or not because all the other maps are predominantly green. So that one looks weird as hell being all blue. I really still don't know if I like the decision. So now we get to the middle row. We have NFA firearms restrictions. NFA firearms restrictions, meaning states that don't allow firearms either completely or parts of the NFA. Next up is background checks on private sales. So universal background checks. That's pretty much the whole east or west coast at this point. We got Oregon, Washington, Colorado, Nevada, Colorado, and New Mexico. Wait, let's say Colorado or California. California and Colorado. Illinois, New York, Virginia. I mean, there's a shit ton of universal background checks. They do not like that. And Hawaii. That one we need to resist more. Assault weapons ban, just have a couple of those in the corners, basically. Washington State, California, Hawaii, Virginia, and New York. We got restrictions on open carry is the next map, which would be, pretty much the borders. You got Washington, California, Texas, Florida, New York, Minnesota, North Dakota. It's weird. All the border states have restrictions on open carry. It's like we don't want the other countries to see that we got guns. Like you can carry, as long as you don't go too close to the border. Stay on this side of Texas. We don't want them seeing nothing. So next we got additional background checks. So this one gets some controversy because people don't like to hear that their state has additional background checks, but guess what? A lot of your states have additional background checks, unfortunately. So NICS was forced upon us in like 96 or 94. I forget, whenever Brady was struck down as being unconstitutional, NICS came in to infringe in its place. And when they did that, some states were like, hey, that's some nice infringement you got there. But I can infringe way more than that. So I tell you what, you infringe, but then I'm also going to infringe. And the government was like, fuck yeah, you can infringe all you want on top of this. This is just our like basic infringement. You can definitely enhance the shit out of this infringement. And a bunch of these states were like, we're doubling down on that. And that's where all this red band comes from. And then these orange states, you want to hear hate on the internet, you tell them that their state has additional background checks and they're going to start hating you. But I'm willing to do it because my Patreons are paying like 3/4 of the bills. And at some point, the credit cards will get sick of chasing me down. And by then I'll have the book written, hopefully. So next we got waiting periods. And in that map, not only is there the waiting periods, but whenever you get to look at it really closely, it even tells you how long the waiting periods are. They go from 3 to 10 days. Some states are 3 days, some states are 7 days, and some states are 10 days. Each one of those states is infringing on a right and should be fought against much because it's bullshit. Next up is red flag laws. Actually, there's a lot more red flag laws than you'd think. The whole West Coast, again, it pretty much looks the same as background checks or universal background checks. So it seems like the same suckers who fall for universal background checks will just suck up a red flag law. It's like wasabi next to, raw dead fish. Next up is the NFA sanctuary laws, and that's another one that could not, I don't think any two maps had as much controversy as this one and that other one. So only a couple of states actually have NFA sanctuaries. Or no, this isn't the one. Forget this one. It's a different one. This is the NFA sanctuary laws. So there's only a couple of us cool states that have NFA sanctuary laws, which are awesome. So like Arizona and Utah and Idaho and Oregon and Montana and Wyoming and South Dakota and Kansas and Texas and Tennessee. Are those only the best states? Yes, but it's also the states that have the sanctuary laws for NFA items. right? So in other words, y'all in those other states are like, hey, NFA laws, come over here and sit with us. We'll hang out with you. We're like, no, we're not hanging out with you. So some of these states are like, there's no way we're having NFA stuff here, right? There's no way we're going to be an NFA sanctuary. Like, it's never going to happen. Actually, what this red indicates is that it's never come up, but they might as well be the same thing. The orange, though, is where somebody has brought it up and it just hasn't gone through before. And people did get pretty pissed when I told them that their state had thought about it before. The thing is, I don't know. I'm just going off of some map I found on Wikipedia, probably, because Wikipedia's never wrong. So the real fight is with Wikipedia, but instead they go after me, a Second Amendment advocate. It's not my fault that I'm putting up information that's off of Wikipedia. Next, we get 2A sanctuary states. And, you know, there's a couple of them. We got Arizona and pretty much the ones I just mentioned before, except for minus Texas. And then you get a bunch of states that aren't 2A sanctuary states. What's the difference between an NFA sanctuary state and a 2A sanctuary state? I'm pretty sure the NFA sanctuary is like the Montana law, where you're like, hey, as long as you have an NFA item and it doesn't leave the state and it was made out of products from the state, then it's none of the federal government's business, so the NFA doesn't apply here. That's an NFA sanctuary state. A 2A sanctuary state is another awesome thing that a lot of people hate, even though they don't know how awesome it is. That's where a state basically gets together and says, hey, even if it doesn't have a lot of effect yet, why don't we just put some laws on the books that say we're not going to enforce Second Amendment laws that infringe on the individuals of this state. And a bunch of states have said, yeah, that is a cool thing to work towards, to have a positive momentum going in the opposition, right, in the opposing direction, something they have to now rally and spend money to remove if they intend to, something that we can easily keep in place and potentially, I think, not just motivate the individuals who are involved and give the people some ambition who haven't yet done that, but also give us a lead up or the potential for collaborations, or what are they called? Cooperations? I forget what it's called. But the way that I heard it described is when a state's all border a lake, like we do here in the West, we have things called lakes and rivers out here. So a lot of the states were boundaried by the lakes and rivers. So for example, between California, which sucks, and Arizona is the Colorado River. And even though it's named Colorado, it's between California and Arizona, right? And Colorado don't own it, right? We own it. No, we don't own it. California owns it. No, nobody owns it. In fact, it's owned by some kind of weird, or it's managed by some kind of weird contract between the states. And I've heard it suggested, and I'd like to ponder, that these 2A sanctuary states could be a lead up for collaborative situations where, like a shared resource, you require each state to sign on to an effect or something that would affect an individual state. So you could have a 2A collaborative or a 2A co-op, I forget what they're called. And then you basically say, hey, if you want to mess with Texas, you got to get Arizona and Oklahoma to say it's cool, or New Mexico to get on board. And it just makes it more difficult. And again, it gives us something to effort for. And if it's useless, if it's created and then it turns out it's never challenged, so what? Like, oh no, we have a law that is extra protection. So I don't see it being much of a loss unless we had finite resources and we couldn't do it, or we're feeble, or Wayne LaPierre is just so much better than us, or Biden is out-strategied us and we're feeble, or we're at the end of our rope. All right, so the next map in the list, we're getting close to the end, is background checks for ammunition purchase. There's just a couple of states, actually one state, California, that has that, but a whole bunch of states have suggested it. That's another controversial map. Concealed carry permits is another map that, oh, you know what? That's interesting, because all that map is green, because every state has concealed carry now. The only color on the map is a couple of states that have may issue, and then Vermont, which is not applicable, or wasn't. I'm not sure. I think it says still not applicable. All right, next up is constitutional carry. That one is a pretty neat map, and we're about half and half. So at least it seems like it on the map. I guess it's not technically, certainly not population-wise. Then I put marijuana laws in there, mainly just so people could compare, and I can't keep track of which ones are which, so seeing it on a map makes it a little easier to conceptualize which states have the, what is it, green is recreational and medical, orange is medical, and red is prohibited. It'd be different technically, but that get it with the same 3-color layout. There's some other ways to figure out how to decriminalize. I'm looking at these maps and I don't quite get the difference, so I just went like this. Next up is the 2A sanctuary counties, and in this one you're either a green state with sanctuary counties or a red state and you don't have any yet. And the green states, if you look at it, we'll look at the one here in a second, is each green state is also denoted with how many counties and how many of them are sanctuary counties, so that's kind of cool. That took a little time, but not as much time as you think, because there's some pretty awesome resources online. I think it's just sanctuarycounties.com that offers a lot of that information. Suppressors for is pretty much the last one, and that's the group of 25 that are all kind of permanently green. Now, the 26th one is just to note the circuit courts. One of the more recent changes to the project was to remove the or to move the Supreme Court cases to one page and add the circuit court cases, because there are going to be so many of them to that have to do with 2A. Even though not many of them get to the Supreme Court, there are a lot of them. So to go along with that, I made a map to visualize where the circuit courts are. And it is kind of interesting. Once I've never really paid attention, really, I don't think ever, to where the circuit courts are. Most of the country is the 9th Circuit Court, because that's such a big chunk physically and so many people in it. There's a big chunk in the middle that's yellow, and I forget which one that is, but it's like Kansas and Colorado, so it can't be that many people. And then you get them all chopped up like 2 states at a time, trying to keep the populations maintained. So I think it's probably inevitable that they're going to chop the 9th court up, I would think. But that's for future debates or for other people's chats. That was basically a description of what we're looking at here on one slide of an Instagram post where after some editing and some feedback from others on an Instagram post earlier, we updated some of the maps and I reposted them to see if, again, they were in good shape. There's actually quite a few edits here. So we'll say thanks for those, and we'll go live at some point in the future here and re-edit the maps, update them again, make sure that they're as accurate as possible before they ever get printed anywhere, and before we start distributing them for use, right? Before we start using them anywhere. So basically, we take the map of the United States, we cram Alaska over there, kind of between California and Oregon, and then jam Hawaii up underneath of it. That gives us a place for the key at the bottom of Texas, and then we jam Washington, D.C., kind of enlarged over there outside of Delaware, and then Puerto Rico, we just bring it on over next to North Carolina, I guess. And that we use that same little setup then for all these different characteristics of Second Amendment stuff, and then we use those all over the book. We'll be able to use those for future projects as well. As time goes on and I have time to do it, my goal is to also add time to those maps, because it's super easy now. Well, not easy, it just takes some time. Easy, but time consuming, to add layers to each of those maps to indicate time. And then I'm sure everyone's seen the time lapse state views where they'll show, for example, the number of states that have concealed carry in 1980, and then 1990, and then 2000, and then 2010, and then 2020. And, some little GIFs, some little graphic images that flip on their own could be useful for people to share around and to, again, help get the Second Amendment out there in interesting new ways. That's what we're trying to do. With that, I'm sick of talking. I'm out of water, and there's no possible way anybody wants to hear any more of this shit. So this is one of the longest of the weekly wrap-ups. I wasn't even drinking coffee. I was drinking lemon water, so we'll blame it on Bloomberg. And I'll quit chatting here. I guess we'll see what else people are saying out here. Oh, that's too many comments. I got to get more water. You're going to have to sit here with a commercial going now.
59 at Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.
That has everything. Illegal fireworks, chicks, and ninjas. Everything. Oh yeah, we're just looking at comments, and then we're going to end this. It's obligatory. You have to look at comments if people write them, especially when you nag them to write them. All right, I feel like this is when we're going to start. So this is all about the citronella plants that we were talking about, how big these plants are, and mosquito. Trying to drink your blood here. Is that what the name are? Urges attack at the top of the back. I think we remember that. Electric zapper. This is what I use for bugs. I've seen those. I've never had one. They got a gizmo now where you put paint in it and then it glows. It somehow burns propane. Is that lady my friend Melissa from Texas that went to that a couple of times? I don't know what we were talking about. I think I did remember that. See that pink patch? Let's see. According to recoils following post, Chris wanted to wear the shirt. That's cool. They knew what they were doing for sure, but I still think I don't think the rainbow flag's a big deal. No, it's not a big deal. I didn't think that many. Some people were like, hey, I don't like that rainbow flag shirt. And it's like me. If you're like me and coming from my position, it's because I don't like any fucking flag shirt, period. And then a bunch of people are like, oh, you don't like a rainbow flag shirt because you don't like gay people. It's like, well, no, I don't like any rainbow flag shirt. Or I don't like any flag shirt, period. I don't care what the fuck flag color it is. And then, that's where the riff comes from. So that's why I think it was multifaceted. It wasn't just like here's the either side of the debate you can lay on. I think they knew it was going to be like multifaceted. Let's see, tiki torch oil and 20 to 30% citronella is enough, and not cap it so it doesn't evaporate. Oh, that makes sense. I have seen those caps on them before. Oh, all of them smell bad. Okay. Yeah, I'm not around very many torches. I would like to see the maps over time. Dude, you don't even know. Have you seen the visualizations? So this is just for Smeggy. 42 if you have seen the visualizations, and 81 if you have not seen the visualizations. I'll copyright this video right now. The visualizations are amazing. And I plan, one of the reasons I'm making this stuff is to plan on making some for us, for 2A, right? Love all our viewing points and viewing. It's pretty cool. Snob is out there. Just to see how our rights have changed over time. Yep. Oh, this is where you were saying you're older than Hawaii. What's this? Come and take it. God bless America. Long live the Republic. Chris was, and recoil is just lopsided, and it sucks seeing places use people. I believe so. I think Chris would have done it either way. I don't know if I was saying it that way. I think Chris would have been happy to help out whoever, no matter what magazine. And I don't think that they were like, oh, you know what? Let's make a controversial cover. And he's like, hell yeah. I don't think that happened. It was a territory first. What's a territory? At this point in the night, I can't be responsible for remembering what we were talking about a minute ago. Would Hawaii flip over if everyone stood on the same side? Kind of. Here's what happens on Hawaii, though. It's made out of a volcano. So imagine a volcano with a plate sitting on top of it, and that's Hawaii. So if everybody stands on one side, sure, it's going to flip over, but you're not necessarily going to drown, because more than likely you're going to knock the top off of that volcano, and you won't have time to drown because you're going to get volcano juice all over the place. It's super hot. You're going to die from that, or it'll boil the water. Be horrible. Whatever it is, that's why they make people surf all the time. If too many people are standing on Hawaii, they jump off onto those little boards, and then they have airports. So if too many people get on one side, they fly them to the other side. It's a massive infrastructure on Hawaii to make sure that nobody flips it over and breaks that top off of that volcano. They throw virgins in the top all the time. Love the carbines. Don't give up an inch to the crook. Stand your ground. Be of good courage. Guns are easy to make. Michigan used to have additional checks for handguns, but they got rid of the purchase permit. Still have a handgun registry. Yep. See, some people acknowledge when their state's got some heinousness going on. I acknowledge our heinousness. We have to acknowledge the heinousness and resist against it and try to wipe it clean. Let's see. Just why wish they had more flavor. You said they looked iffy. My Pop's M1 was a real model. Yeah, like you said, they look iffy. Yeah, those were kind of lame. I mean, I just seen too many real M1s. That these fake ones look too clean. That's the problem. Is they look clean and unbroken and they just look fake. I'm so used to seeing good ones that look like they've killed a bunch of Nazis. And also the problem is on almost all of them, any of them, the good ones, this kind in the middle is actually probably still pretty strong. But all these other ones, that wood is so old and it's made out of like, I don't know what that kind of wood is, but it wasn't good wood. So it's super brittle, super brittle. A lot of them are super brittle, at least out here in Arizona. Yes, New York sucks because it's ran by Democrat dictators. We're fighting to get infringements off our books. They are hard to work with. Yep. Here's the thing. Things are changing. You got some of the hardest working folks in 2A, and you got the Bannerman Castle. So if all else fails, you can run to that Bannerman Castle. You got an awesome castle. So I want to hear more, but that's okay. I'll let you go. I don't know what that's talking about. Interesting show. Oh, that person's leaving. I think that's the person that came in with somebody. Depends on when you're going. Snob is asking if the Dug Up Gun Museum is worth going to, or should I spend more time at the Cody Firearms Museum? So the Dug Up Gun Museum closes because those are made, that's a museum of real people and they work for a living and the museum is free. So they do the museum as a cost to them, as a labor of love, and as outreach and awareness for people that want to see an appreciation of the history of the machine and the impact on society and the way that the guns are discovered and discarded and used, and it's amazing. So it's done as a hobby, I guess you could say. I mean, it's a nonprofit, so if they make any money, it's from this little tiny gift shop that they have, which is really just like smaller than the place you get popcorn at a tiny little movie theater. It's just this little cubby hole, just bigger than a desk. It's basically a desk with a bookcase around it. So they have a tiny little gift shop that I can't imagine too many people can even buy anything from, and barely even a cash register. It's mostly just for people to come in and pay actually it's free, just to come in and look around at the guns. They just ask so you don't take pictures of them. So and they're only open, I think, during the peak season. The other museum, I think, is open all the time. I wouldn't know because I hate the other museum for multiple reasons, including whenever I went there, they were under construction and they took everybody's $20 until you walked in, or it took everybody's $20. And then when you walked in and took a right and saw that the place was under construction and they didn't have like 16 guns out to look at while they were under construction, they wouldn't give you any of your money back. And I'm a big, whatever, I'm using my Patreon's money. I can waste their money. I waste it all the time. So I could handle losing $20 myself. But I literally saw this like grandma, and I forget how many grandkids now, like at least 3-4 grandkids and a grandpa, fork over real money to go in there. And I'm, doing my thing. They're doing their thing. And they were as efficient as me going through. They went in, they took a right, and they all just stood there with their mouths open like, what? The guns aren't here. That's what they went there for, the guns. So I hate the Cody Museum for screwing that family, not having a sign out front. Now, I don't know if that family just went around and looked at all the other stuff they have there. It is a neat museum. But if they went there for the guns and they just took $40 for the parents, and I don't know how many bucks, probably $10 each for the kids, that's a lot of money to screw people over, in my opinion. And they could have just said, hey, we don't got any guns now, so it's like $5 to come in. What are they going to go out of business? They got $1 billion. So here's the other reason I hate that museum. On that trip, I had just done the Firearms Owners Inventors, I think the Firearm Inventors cards, because I was on my way up to Chicago to see the Gun Rights Policy Conference in Chicago that year. So I was going to come home through Cody and see that museum because I tried to tour all the museums. And I contacted them, and I contacted them, and I contacted them, and I was like, hey, do you want some of these cards? And they were like, yeah, sure, that sounds good. Let me see them. And then I showed up to them, and they're like, yeah, okay, whatever. So how much? And I told them, I don't know, whatever the price of the cards were, because I wasn't trying to make any money. And they go, oh, man, yeah, whatever. So then I was getting ready to leave, and I'm getting ready to leave. I'm like, should I bring some of these cards? Do you want them? Do you want them? And they're like, yeah, whatever. And that's literally what their email would be like, yeah, maybe whatever. I'm like, what the fuck kind of email is that, right? So at some point, I'm like, tell you what, you can just have these cards. It'd be an honor to have my cards in your shop or whatever. And then I leave, and I bring a bunch of cards with me because they never answered me. And I just figured, well, I'm just going to bring them, right? So I brought out some extra cards with me so that I could have them to give to this museum if they replied that they wanted them, right? And then as I'm on the trip, they go, no, I don't want them. I'm like, hey, thanks, asshole. So now I brought all these cards with me, so now they could get at risk of getting damaged or something like their product. But anyway, I got all these extra cards or whatever, and they're like, no, I don't want them. So I'm like, shit, I wish my cards were good enough for the Cody, Wyoming Museum, right? So then I go up to the Gun Rights Policy Conference, and then I go to other places that are decent and appreciate the crap I've done. And then I go to Cody Firearms Museum, right? Oh, did I mention that I went to the Dug Up Gun Museum and they were closed for the season? That's why I know they closed for the season. And I called them and I said, hey, I just happened to be here and I had no idea you closed for the season. And they're like, well, since there's extenuating circumstances, give us a couple hours to get back and we'll open up for you. For me, one person. And I'm no special nothing. I'm just some guy who called them. I didn't say like, hey, I'm an internet guy. It was just like, hey, I was here and I didn't realize. So they're like, yeah, no problem. So they like stopped whatever their plans were, go back to the place, open it up, let me walk around. It happened to be the day that it was the confirmation hearings for the guy, whoever that, I can't think of his name, Kavanaugh or something, the guy who was a judge or something. Is it Kavanaugh hearings? Anyway, so there was some kind of hearings and I was up there and he asked me not to take pictures. So I was looking around and I'm like, well, it's kind of frustrating not taking pictures because I'm basically driving around the country looking at museums. That's my passion or whatever. But whatever. And he's like, oh, well, in that case, you can take a couple of pictures, right? So anyway, we started bullshitting and I'm like, hey, do you mind if I watch the rest of these things? These confirmation hearings? Because it was sort of, something happening in the news and I was driving. So it was an opportunity to stop and hang out in Cody, Wyoming, and these people had already stopped all their plans and stayed opened out of season to let me in. And we had a good afternoon, actually, bullshitting and chatting about stuff. The guy's super 2A. Holy crap, is that guy 2A? And get all done or whatever. He tells me some insight about the Cody Museum. I hadn't gone there yet because I had gotten into town and I went to that museum first because I'd heard so much good stuff about it. And then they said, we're not ready available right now, but I went and I looked at that other place, the Cody Firearms Experience, went around to another place or two, and then was going to go to the Cody Museum last. So I learned a bunch of things about the Cody Museum, and then I went over to the Cody Museum, and that's when I found out that, they're a bunch of jerks. So then I go into the Cody Museum's gift shop. So now I'm gone to the Dug Up Gun Museum, and I'm going to the Cody Museum. I've looked all around, and not only did they close the guns, but they went around to the rest of the museum and took the guns from the rest of the museum. So the only guns that were out were like some fucking Star Wars gun because of Cody Buffalo Bill was a Wild West show. So somehow Star Wars, I don't know where they came up with that. There was a Star Wars gun out there, like a Dirty Harry gun. I don't know, because he was in entertainment, I guess. So anyway, most of the guns in the museum were removed and put in hiding because why would anybody want to look at a gun at a Cody museum? So guns were put away. I walk around the rest of the museum. Sure, there's neat art and there's other things that were Buffalo Bills. And I learned all about Buffalo Bill that I didn't know about. And then I go to their gift shop, and I'm thinking, well, shit, their gift shop must be fancy. Like, it must be the super fanciest gift shop in the world, because my shitty cards aren't good enough for their gift shop, right? Their gift shop is like a fucking Walmart. It is like the biggest gift shop I've ever seen, ever, in any museum I've ever been to, including like the Air Force Museum's gift shop, which might as well be a Walmart. I mean, they already had, like, I don't know, they didn't have my cards, but they had some shitty cards, like some horrible ones. Anyway, I don't know what their deal is, so I could care less about the Cody Museum. I mean, I care about the items in it, but I would be just as happy as if a bunch of people came in and, I don't know, somehow legally obtained all the stuff from the Cody Museum and put it in a better museum, and then the Cody Museum go hang 10. I don't like the Cody Museum. So there's a bunch of info about the Cody Museum in the middle of the night. 42, carry 1. What was the 42 about? Looking at the visualizations, but only the carry 1. No, I can't make a visualization on this shit, dude. I'm talking about, have you seen the visualizations on information out there? I'll be on Cody on Monday all day. You're only going to be able to look at the real Cody Museum. Who was just there? Pink was just there the other day, and he said that the Dug Up Museum is already gone. But definitely let them know you're a YouTuber, right? Back in the day, they've given every asshole that I hate access to that museum. That's another reason I don't like that museum. So you should go in there and be like, dude, I've done, you're credentialed press all over the place. You've accomplished stuff. So if you want, you should have access downstairs and stuff. They've given access downstairs to basically every YouTuber except me that's ever asked. I don't think I technically asked, but I feel like I should be given access by just walking in there. But I was definitely told that my cards aren't good enough for their gift shop. Definitely told that. But yeah, you're only going to be able to check out that. You can go over to the Dug Up Gun Museum and then, find it on a map. And you don't have to go in it because you can't, because it'll be closed, and it's upstairs, so there's really nothing to look at. It's just a door, like the door to a stairway, basically, that'll be closed. But let's say you're standing, like take the map to it, and then look south. So take the map to the Dug Up Gun Museum, and since it's closed, don't bother getting out or nothing, but then look south, and you'll see what I'm talking about. And Pink was just there, and that is still there. And then once you go over to it, look back north again, and you'll see what I'm talking about there too. And that might be kind of fun. No, you can't buy shit from me there because none of my stuff is quality enough to be worthy of the Cody Gun Museum's gift shop. It's huge though. You can buy like moccasins, you can buy all kinds of books, shit tons of t-shirts, you can buy like little craft things for kids. Like if a kid wanted to buy like little things to make a sand thing that looked like a candle that, exploited native culture, yeah, you can buy that there. If you want to buy like some caricature of what, a native, I don't know, actual dance or something was, like, yeah, you can buy that kind of stuff. If you want to buy a ton of Buffalo Bill, Cody stuff, oh yeah, there's tons of that. Stuffed animals. Now, I used to have a stuffed animal buffalo back when I was a little kid. I'll bet you could buy that in there because there was a ton of stuffed animals in there. Let's see. Pink is saying they might be back from AZ by now. Who's they? What are you talking about? Oh, you mean the people at Dug Up Gun Museum? Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, what is now? No, wait. Yeah, they should be open now. Shit, they're closed in the winter. So, oh, okay. So they were only screwed up because of something. So no, definitely. Disregard everything I say. Thanks, Pink. So I'm glad we were open. He was just there days ago. So disregard everything I say, Snob. Definitely try going by the Dug Up Gun Museum. 100% way better than any other fucking museum I've ever been in. It's really fucking cool. You go upstairs and it's not huge, but it's a collection of guns that are damaged, broken, parts, just pieces. Most of them are completely rusted out, patinaed, rusted shut, clogged, full of dirt. Half of them are like in a rock or something. Some of them are like grown into a tree. And then, well, I don't know, all kinds of every other way you can think of like discovering a gun while you're plowing something or fishing or breaking down a wall or something. And this dude used to drive around going to gun shows and buying this kind of stuff from gun shops. And then just started to share his collection and decided to set up shop and just set it up permanently and lets people go up and check it out for free. Each of the items on display has a little card, maybe about the size of an index card, sometimes a little bigger, depending on the length of the story about the origin of the thing. And it'll say like, somebody in Kansas found this while they were plowing up dirt for corn or whatever they do in Kansas. Or somebody in Iowa found this while they were digging up ground for corn or whatever they do in Iowa. Or somebody was in Nebraska, found this while they were plowing up ground for corn or whatever they do in Nebraska. Or whatever, right? Whatever the state is, they usually find the gun plowing for corn. And then eventually gets to this guy's thing. And it's pretty neat. There's a bunch of stuff like AK-47s and Stens and stuff like that too when you get to the end that are from Europe where they have metric dirt and rust. Instead of coughing, I got to remember to do the fancier.
Tonight's episode, photo finish.
You can't even tell that I'm drinking the whole time that's going on. Smeggy has an interesting question here about these patches. How does one acquire one of these patches that we've heard so much about and we've seen pictures on Instagram and everything, but we don't have any information about it? Get these patches. I dug a hot point out of my desk once. There you go. I dug some stuff out of the back of the safe. And I regretted it because then I had to shove it back in there and it doesn't all fit all the time. No, I'm glad that this ended up working out because I like to rage against the fact that the Cody Gun Museum thinks that my crap is such shit that it shouldn't even be in their museum for free. Like all I had to do is go here and they would have taken it for free and thrown it in the garbage. Instead, they were like, nah, don't even want you to bring it in here. It's shitty. Leave it. Keep it in another state if you want. So you know what I did with it? I gave it all to Billings, Montana. There's a place in Billings, one of the coolest surplus stores. I'm not even shitting you. One of the coolest surplus stores I've ever been in. Just cool on top of cool. Like everything is cool and the prices are good and it's real surplus and there's stuff that's not for sale that your wish was for sale. Everything good about it. And when I bought a set of aircraft identification cards, which I'd never seen before, which is amazing how often you find something you've never seen before, and it was like $5. They ended up bullshitting about surplus stores forever. So anyway, I ended up giving them. They actually wouldn't let me give it to them. They bought them off of me. But I left a bunch of the cards there that would have gone to Cody. So moral of the story is I still ended up getting rid of my cards like a capitalist, paying for maybe a tank of gas. They're in Billings, Montana, which turns out to be way cooler than Cody. And moral of the story, Cody Gun Museum can suck it. That all being said, they're the best gun museum and they've got all the best guns and it's remodeled, so it's supposedly all good or whatever. So, it's good. But, and they have all of Winchester's guns and Remington's guns because of Browning made a bunch of guns in collaboration with Winchester. So when Browning would make something, he would often give Winchester a sample for the patent, a patent sample. So Winchester decides to go out of business because they're lazy. And then they got all these guns from Browning, like actual guns that Browning had in his hand and whittled into guns. Browning was like, it would be cool? A gun. And then he would whittle it into a gun out of metal or whatever. And then he gave that to Winchester and they're like, oh, whatever, we died. And then our wife went crazy. So now we don't care about these guns anymore. And then, also, Winchester kept one of every gun they ever made for their sample set. And apparently all those guns got to Cody, Wyoming. And, that's why it's an amazing museum. And you've got specimen pieces there that are unique and awesome. But, yeah, I've never seen them because I paid them $20, but I never got to see any of that stuff. But, yeah, it's worth going to it. And so I guess Pink just has them. I wasn't sure if you're pulling a Bacon, Professor Bacon, and making Angelina sell them for you, or if you're just doing your thing. That makes sense. You're doing your thing with them. All right. Well, with that, I guess we're going to wrap it up because it's actually turning into being late here. So this whole show, 4 hours, it's barely 11 o'clock here. So I can still ditch this show. If it was cool enough, I would go outside and light a fire because I got to waste a bunch of firewood. But I'll probably just look at the stars for a little bit and until I get tired enough to fall asleep. Go in there, rub a dog belly and fall asleep, and get up and sell the shit out of shit so that I can still live in this house and not on the street. So if you're interested in buying stuff off of me tomorrow, that'd be great. Bring your wallet and buy stuff. And I guess with that, there's probably nobody else still running live, but I don't think I'm leaving anybody hanging in the chats here. If we are, let us know in the comments. Otherwise, we'll be back to pick you up later. Thanks for joining in.